this very important workshop. I see very many new faces to the process. So you two are very welcome. I call this very important a process because we have the privilege to shape the content of a very important instrument that will be valid until 2035. So I invite you, first of all, to put on your thinking hat, strategic thinking hat, so that you can shape this very important document. Again, my name is Susan Nandudu, currently independent, and that means that I can support your institution around issues of adaptation and gender equality and social inclusion. But I have a long history in the civil society, and I see so many faces that we've been working together in shaping these very important documents. So I feel honored to be here. That said, I expect the program to be presented here, but as the technical people help us with that, I will run you through the very first preliminary activity that we would like to start with. So we would like to get to know each other. But as you might realize, we are more than an hour late in starting. And we are quite a number of people seated here. So I am not giving you a privilege of telling us your name, your organization, but we would like to understand the clusters of people that are here. Then, and that is starting after we have had an opening prayer, dedicating this session to God. Then we will have a session of remarks, and I am going to invite all our speakers to come upstairs, up here, immediately after we know who is in the room. Thereafter, we will have a few presentations, and I will call on you to open your mind sharply to listen very intently, because that will set the scene or set the stage for the rest of the 2 days for which we are here. Is that fair enough? Okay. I'd like to request a volunteer to please dedicate a workshop to God. Thank you very much, Mr. Robert. Yeah, Chika, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Susan. Let us humble ourselves for a word of prayer. God, our loving Master, we thank you for the gift of life. We thank you, Father, that you've been able to converge here in this place. Father, we pray that as we brainstorm and shape this important document, we pray that for your wisdom, guidance, so that we can be able to achieve our set objectives. I pray all this through Jesus Christ, our Lord Savior. Amen. Thank you so much.
Amen. Thank you very much, Robert. Okay. So would like to know who is seated inside this room. And I do understand that we have representatives from the district. So I'll call out a cluster and request you to raise your hands so we know who is inside the room. And we will start with the representatives of local governments, and in other words, districts. If you are coming from a district, please. Oh, you are very welcome. I didn't mean local government alone. I mean that you are working within and you live within a district. Let's see if it's only one person again. Only one person. Okay. Welcome, sir. If you work within civil society and you are centered within Kampala. Okay. The majority, perhaps. You work with civil society and you are not centered in Kampala. Oh, okay. These are the district reps that I thought would have put up their hands earlier. Okay. You work with the private sector. Okay, those friends of ours hardly come to our meetings, so there's no hand. You represent government at the local government level? Okay. I didn't expect a hand because we are civil society organizations. And finally, you work for government. No, it's not finally. You work for government of Uganda and you are seated in this room. We will have another way of introducing you, but please put your hand up at this moment. You are most welcome. We are also honored to have representatives of the UN, please, and the academia, please. All right. I will request that at a certain time T, when you have an opportunity to address the audience. Oh, thank you so much. Let's see you if you are in the room. Farmer representatives. Whoa. You are very welcome. At a certain time T, when you have an opportunity to have the mic, please tell us your name and a bit more detail when you have that opportunity. All right. Now we are going to have some remarks, welcome remarks, and oh yeah, we have our program listed up. Could you please roll it up a bit? I'd like to invite representatives of our organizers to please step up and take your seats. Mr. Philip Bakalikwira is the chairperson of the Climate Action Network, Uganda. We have Madame Carol Chirabo. She, or her representative from the ENR CSO network. Please give her a warm welcome. We have the pleasure of hosting or having the acting team leader of the National Climate Energy and Resilience Program of the UNDP. Please, Mr. Kingsley Bokeo, you're very welcome. Please take your seat. And we also have the acting commissioner of, listen very well, the Department of Climate Change and Carbon Trade. Some of you knew it as CCD. Mr. Mohammed Semambo, you're very welcome. All right, we'll start with Mr. Bakalikwira. Please give us your welcome remarks.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Susan, unfortunately, the podium blocks the commission. So somebody should reposition it. Say that It is bad manners. Speak because you are the person. Or it begin blocks. Okay. Yeah, it's not. Will it be safe? I think very comfortable. Ladies and gentlemen, in the history of civil society in this country, today is a very important day for us, particularly those in the climate change space. Get here to perform a national duty. My name is Philip Eric Bakalikwira. I'm the board chair of Climate Action Network Uganda, but as well I'm a team leader of Re-Ecosystem Solutions in Jinja. Very importantly, on behalf of the board of directors of Climate Action Network Uganda, the entire secretariat, and the membership, with our sister CSO, that is any other CSO network, we are very happy that we have come here. Mr. Commissioner, the UN representative, the development partners in here, members from the local government, very importantly, those who have powered this fellowship or the partners, we are excited that we are here today. Join us to applaud the Uganda government, colleagues, particularly the Minister of Water and Environment, and in a special way, the CCD. But very importantly, when we have Mr. Semambo here, who has the history of our existence as CAN and as ENRCSO network and all our membership. We want to thank very sincerely the government of Uganda for giving us an opportunity for us to contribute to a national process. That shows how best you appreciate our work, and we always want to continue to pledge that as and when you can make a contribution, we will be very much available. They have been this journey, and we want to thank you for ably coming up to support our processes. Today, I want to make one statement in the event of time. We are talking about making a contribution to the NDC. Susan teased out that while we are here, the content of the NDC through this consultative process should be meaningful. But what I want to highlight here, colleagues, is one thing, that the content of this process in the face of Ugandans should be people-centered and should highlight the livelihoods of Ugandans. But very importantly, for us to be considered at the globe, but particularly with our country, is when our actions, our deliberations as civil society towards this NDC and the actions in there and the targets should inform the 3 shifts, and mark this one. 3 shifts. 1, at what level, Mr. Commissioner, should we ensure that our NDC shifts Ugandans from dependency to productivity? That's one shift. Then 2, the most important shift, why these 2 days should be meaningful to the generations, that should shift Ugandans from consumption to investment. And UNDP, this is very, very important. So as long as the actions and the targets of the NDC, which we call a people-centered NDC, and is there to enhance the lives of Ugandans, it should be in position to shift Ugandans from consumption to investment. Then the shift number 3, we should ensure that whatever we discuss here And government should be in position to ensure that this NDC shifts Ugandans from survival to sustainability, to sustainable prosperity. For me, I consider those three shifts as very, very key. And it's what will ensure that whatever we are doing is making Ugandans be sustainable. And for us as CAN, that's when we shall say we are attaining a climate resilient population. Away from that, then our NDC may be meaningless, and we don't want to risk a conversation where we don't see Ugandans shifting, having these three shifts in play. Away from that, I want to thank you very much. And I want to wish you a very fruitful 2 days engagement as we assemble here. Let's commit time. I'm sure you all read the document. You have come up with key actions which will make our conversation very profitable for God and my country.
Thank you, the chairperson of Climate Action Network Uganda, and as the representative of the ENR CSO network comes up, I'd like to emphasize and re-echo what you just said. We appreciate government for engaging civil society. Please, let's give the government of Uganda a hand clap for always engaging us in this. And that he emphasized the point of a people-centered document. And you here represent the vulnerable groups, at least according to the strategic plans, we claim to do that. So please remember that and make sure their voices come out through the document. Madam Representative, you have the floor.
Good morning. Is that too soft? Good morning, everyone. Yeah, my name is Caroline Churabo Nakajubi. I work with Environmental Alert. Environmental Alert happens to be the secretariat of the ENR CSO network. I bring you greetings from everyone that I've left there, including the executive director. Protocol observed. I don't want to take too much time and repeat everything that has been said, because anyway, it has been a process that we've been undertaking for all of us. So majorly, mine will be an appreciation, a call out to colleagues in the room to really understand and harness the critical engagement this is, and just make a few one or two things that I thought we should also put emphasis on. Thank you. I really want to take this opportunity, number one, to really applaud Ministry of Water and Environment, that is the Climate Change Department in particular, for creating space for engagement. You know, it might be given us within the documents that are usually shared, but the kind of partnership and collaboration we have with the ministry is something to commend. Always present to listen, always providing space for us to engage, and we cannot take that for granted at all. Then also the strong partnership and collaboration that exists between civil society organizations. I want to recognize CAN Uganda and the journey that we have moved till now. It is the reason we are all together in the room. The different members that have stood out to actually support such an engagement. I really want to applaud Pelam Uganda, WWA, Oxfam, ActionAid, MLI, and Accord, together with Environmental Alert. We come from Environmental Alert, of course, the network, but also operate as an institution. Please give them a round of applause. Series of planning meetings, of coming together to ensure that this process is. And also, allow me recognize Mr. Robert Bachika. one that has been one of us in the previous, but always doing his level best to see that he brings us on board and to harness and be able to create spaces for us to meaningfully engage. Information sharing, access to information is very critical. We really need to recognize him. I don't even know whether he's in the room, but sir, we really appreciate. Ladies and gentlemen, because as we stand here, there are quite a number of us that are here. We have people online. We have people that are working in the central. You saw you stood up when you were recognized. We have civil society organizations, CBOs that are working with the indigenous groups. They're all part of this engagement, whether physical or online. We need to understand the critical nature of what NDC comes with, not to look at it as just another policy document or another strategy action. No, this is a statement of our ambition as a country and the framework that is going to help us translate these ambitions that we are setting and agreeing on today. That's because then it implies or it guides or determines how you develop the agriculture. We know how a big percentage of our country depends on how we manage our forests, our wetlands, how do we use and produce our energy. So whatever we are setting in here then sets precedence and guides exactly how the development is going to look like. So what does that mean? That these NDCs are therefore at center of the National Climate Action, and we are expected that it will be successive in terms of the contributions we are making, it is making, and then demonstrate progression and increasing ambition. In other words, it must be increasing with time. So it sets a very strict and strategic trajectory that is important, not only for us, but most especially for the communities. The communities in Kasese currently, we are working in Kasese, they are the very ones directly that are facing the impacts of this climate change. So as we do these consultations, colleagues, as we submit our recommendations, let us be very reflective. As civil society, we are directly working with these communities. Don't forget that we come with the evidence, we come with independent perspectives, yes, we come with an accountability lens. We are the ones that are sharing experiences of the farmers whose crops are failing, water sources that are drying, bridges that are broken down and people are not able to access, go to hospitals to deliver. Yeah, you know that the nexus is also very strong on building a nexus between climate change and health. At the end of it all these things come into interplay and they are related. So even as we do these consultations, can we be very, very critical to know to not only put a document that is technically sound and looking good, but one that is socially just. My colleague alluded to it, that is inclusive, that is realistic, one that is actually implementable. Yes. So we shouldn't have one that is going to unintentionally, because we can't sit here and intentionally want to do wrong, yeah, but not one that is going to unintentionally create new environmental social injustices. We are the representatives of these constituencies, and the opportunities is here for us to speak to that. Just two key things are still to resound, that with ambition and accountability, please let's ensure that these targets are clear, that they are measurable, that they are time-bound. Remember what we used to study about being smart? And in any case, who is responsible? Who is going to do the measuring? How is the measuring going? And how then implement? Secondly, is about adaptation and resilience. Colleagues, we all know that adaptation in this country, because already we are experiencing impacts of climate change, it cannot in any way come secondary. Let us be very critical about this, and therefore whatever priorities are being set, they should be grounded in the local realities, and at the end of it, strength and resilience. I know the language I'm speaking is what we always speak on a daily, even in our proposals. It is time to put it to reality. And recognizing the critical role that our forests, our wetlands, what do they play in terms of sequestration? But in any case, the benefit sharing, who is managing these resources, what happens to the very communities, that indigenous group of people that is actually managing these resources. I won't go much into financing, but these are things that I call upon all of us to really take advantage of and be critical. So therefore, we look forward to a more strengthened partnership with government throughout the ND3 process. Not only, sir, at the point of development, where we are looking at inclusivity and all these other beautiful aspects, but also at the point of implementation. SDGs want to ensure that no one is left behind, even at the point when we are implementing, but then also accountability, and monitoring. Give us the space and allow us, and also let's build our capacity to be able to ensure that this is accountable enough, and us as citizens, we are able to track the progress. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish you very fruitful, meaningful, constructive deliberations. Together we can. Thank you so much for coming.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chirabo, for those insightful remarks and for highlighting to us the importance of partnerships, which you've already demonstrated. Going to be at the implementation of the NDC. Now, as we move into the office, I would like to invite the chairperson of CANU to please invite the next speakers, Mr. Philip Bakalikwi.
Thank you, Susan. Carol, thank you very much for those very important words. You're really a gift. You resemble your name. The words resemble your name. Chirabo means a gift. And in the climate space, is a gift to this discourse. So give a big round of applause. With us here, colleagues, we have the acting team leader, Nature, Climate, Energy, and Resilience Program, sitting at the UNDP, Uganda, who is none other than Mr. Kingsley Bokeh. If that's the right pronunciation, may I now take this honor to invite you and speak to us. Give him a big round of applause, colleagues.
Thank you very much. I can understand the second name is difficult to mention, and that is fine. Good morning, everyone. I'm happy to be here representing the team leader for Nature, Climate, Energy, and Resilience for UNDP. And the team leader is presenting a statement by the resident representative of UNDP. But before I start with the official statement, I would like to say that I am personally extremely happy to be here because in my previous professional life, I worked with a CSO for many years before joining the UNDP. So I feel like a fish in water. I'm in a very comfortable place. And the work that CSOs do are extremely important, especially in the space of climate change, climate negotiations, and implementation of these actions. So I want to use the opportunity to thank the ministry, Commissioner, for providing this opportunity for people to engage in this space. I think it's extremely useful. And to appreciate all of you, because the space can be provided, but you have to turn up, you have to show up, and for being committed and engaging actively in the process. Thank you very much. For those that may want to know, the second name is Bequin. Yes, but it's spelled differently, pronounced differently. You take it like that for now. And I'm originally from Ghana, but I have been here in UNDP, Uganda for about 3 years now. I'm a technical advisor in the Nature, Climate, Energy, and Resilience team. And as you've mentioned, I'm representing the team leader because he's on leave at the moment. But I'm reading a speech, so permit me, I'm going to read verbatim. I'm reading a speech by the resident representative. So all protocol observed. I'm not going to mention all the dignitaries that are here. I bring you warm greetings from the UNDP. On behalf of the resident representative and UNDP, I'm honored to convey our sincere appreciation to the Ministry of Water and Environment for the long-standing and trusted partnership that we enjoy with you in organizing this NDC 3.0 CSO consultative meetings. And for many of you, you know UNDP has been in the space of climate action for a very long time. And we have a very good relationship with the Ministry of Water and Environment, especially the climate change department in advancing this work. Your presence as participants demonstrate the collective commitment to the development and ownership of NDC 3.0, which embodies Uganda's commitment to the Paris Agreement and contributes significantly to the achievement set out in the National Development Plan 3. UNDP has been and remains committed to supporting the government of Uganda in the efforts to achieve national resilience. Over the years, we have collaborated on ecosystem restoration, expanding access to renewable energy, rehabilitating degraded forests and wetlands, and protecting critical biodiversity, among other important initiatives. These interventions have contributed significantly to sustainable development and climate action across the country. UNDP has coordinated the partners on NDC implementation, especially also development partners that are in the space of climate action. We are a very active member of the Development Partners Group on Climate Action, and we have been supporting these processes and engagements for many, many decades now. Today's meeting presents an important milestone in shaping a framework that will guide the ministries, the various departments and agencies, local governments, communities, and development partners in delivering on the NDC3 commitments. For development partners, NDC3, we hope will articulate the national priorities that should guide investments, partnerships, and interventions aimed at strengthening resilience, supporting adaptation, and advancing climate mitigation efforts throughout this decade. We note that there are still challenges that we face from climate change. Many communities still remain very vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. This reality suggests that the scale and pace of adaptation actions has not been sufficiently met to build the resilience that is required to withstand the increasing climate impact and stress. It also challenges us to reflect on whether the low carbon technologies and approaches deployed so far are adequately responding to the local needs and circumstances. So raising our ambition is extremely important. And once we raise the ambitions, and it's been mentioned a number of times from the previous speakers, once we raise the ambitions in the NDC 3.0, the most critical part is how we implement this. So from paper to action. Now, as we look ahead, there is the need to deepen our interventions in the space through mobilization of private capital, innovative de-risking mechanisms, nature-based solutions, disaster risk financing, and transfer innovations. These approaches strengthen the resilience of businesses and communities, creates productive and inclusive employment opportunities, particularly for women and youth, and serve as important catalyst for sustainable growth. Ultimately, they will contribute to improved livelihoods for Ugandan communities while supporting national and global efforts to address climate change. As I conclude, It is my hope that today's consultation will generate fresh ideas, innovative approaches, and practical solutions that will enrich the NDC 3.0 process. Let us work together to strengthen national adaptation capacities, accelerate climate resilience, increase Uganda's commitment to greenhouse gas emission reductions, and advance our shared commitment to a sustainable and prosperous future. UNDP remains committed to support these processes. On this note, I wish you all a successful deliberations, and thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much. Another big round of applause to the UNDP representative. You have given us hope, and as civil society, we always want to pledge our commitment to continue taking forward this kind of collaboration with your support. May I now therefore take this singular honor to invite the Commissioner to speak to us. Mr. Commissioner, you're most welcome.
Thank you very much, moderator. Moderator, I have not carried a speech like my colleague did. You know, when I was coming here, my boss told me that you pass there. I will not be able. I wanted to come late here. I'm emphasizing, but the boss instructed you go and make opening remarks.
And officially
on
open.
His behalf and officially open.
Yes.
So he did not share anything. So when you were presenting here and a few colleagues, I was making some bit of notes here to respond to a few issues. So you will forgive me for that. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Semambo Mohammed, who work with everybody. But I sit in the Ministry of Water and Environment in the Climate Change Department. And like some of you who work with your organizations, that somebody works with CANU, with this and this, me, I work with everybody. I always sit in the Ministry of Water and Environment, and I serve as Assistant Commissioner in charge of climate change adaptation and mitigation. So today, I'm here to represent my commissioner, Mr. Bob Natif, who was actually supposed to be here, but the permanent secretary assigned him urgent work, which needs to address, but we will find time and pass by here. So he's aware of what is going on, and this is part of his deliverable. Because without NDC, you have no commitment as a country, and your implementation of the Paris Agreement ratification provisions, then you will be able to put them into practice. So as we do this, you allow me to also to ride on the protocol earlier on mentioned, but also I'll try to generalize. Please just forgive me, because I understood this morning that we have farmers in the room. And I think it will be very bad not to recognize them. As we keep on planning, we plan for those who are in the room. Those who are in the room, but we forget those who are not in the room. So happy to have the farmers in the room, but the subject today might sound to be complicated, but this is what makes the livelihood of what we do on a daily basis. So you may not grasp it all, but I think it will be very important to pick some bit of ideas as we move on. So I recognize all the civil societies, organizations represented in the room, the academia, and the UNDP, represented by Mr. Kingsley, for the good work that you have continued to support the government of Uganda. So he has mentioned it all, and beyond, I think, there are several things that he has not mentioned, but UNDP also provides and has been providing Kickstarters in terms of grants to support our small organizations in terms of executing climate change interventions. And I think that is really not taken for granted. It is something that we are looking out for at the end of putting these plans. So why are we here in simple terms? The chairperson of CANU mentioned about dependency avoided and talks about productivity. You also spoke about issues to do with the assumptions, consumption into investment. And I think the other one was about people-centered, if I'm not mistaken. So survival to sustainability. So I'm not the one who's going to tell you what to do, first and foremost. Why? I'm very happy today. I'm not here to respond what government has done. Very happy today. I don't expect any question about what government has done. Today, we are planning, and then we shall ask ourselves, what have we done? This NDC is about planning. Don't ask what government has done. It is not important for today, isn't it? Because we are planning. How do you want to see our NDC? Isn't it? So let's plan together. Maybe in 5 years to come, we shall ask ourselves, what have we done? Not even what government has done. So that's what we're talking about, people-centered. If you want to flip what Mr. Philip has said, from productivity to dependency, it is now. If you want to make it what is aiming for, from dependency, getting from dependence to productivity, it is now. So all those questions, I think we have to answer them in the way how we want them to be executed, isn't it, in the future? So that's why I said that I'm very happy today, not talking about what government has done, but it is talking about what do we want to see in the NDC, because this is a planning meeting. And the aspect of equity, I think they are going to be very important. People-centeredness is very important, and ensuring that whatever we are doing it in the interest of our country, our people, in the line of sustainable development. And this brings me to my second question and my second take. Are we doing the NDC for the Western world? Are we doing the NDC for Uganda? Those are two things that we have to answer. Is the NDC the national determined contribution, which serves to be our national climate change action plan? Are we doing it for the Western world? Are we doing it for Uganda? So I think these are questions that we have to answer, because the NDCs are not here to deter development. They don't stop development, even if you read anywhere. But the mechanisms of doing the NDC, or the objective of doing the NDC, is to ensure that there is sustainable development, which respects reducing greenhouse gas emissions to respond to the cause of climate change, but also ensuring that even those that we have put money to, we sustain them in the line of climate change impact. That's the role of the NDC. And that's why they are called nationally determined contribution. It is not forced on us. It is nationally determined, national-led processes. But while we are doing this, we are cognizant of the global challenge, which is climate change. And the global challenge is only implemented now when you respond to the Paris Agreement, which is aiming at reducing global warming. Okay? So what is it that we can contribute to reducing global warming whilst increasing sustainability in terms of adaptation and resilience? It is what should guide what we are doing in the NDC. So the language of what is in the NDC, I think, should be very, very clear in this meeting. There are languages that we use in the NDC. Are we talking about net zero, carbon neutrality, low carbon development? Because it defines how your NDC is going to be. Are we talking about decarbonization? So all these words are not used for just of use. They should define what we are and where we want to go. Okay? Whereas there are other words that we use in adaptation. Are we talking about adaptation? Are we talking about adaptation and resilience? What is it? Are we talking about coping? Okay? These are some of the words that we have to be mindful when we're using our NDC. Whereas the Paris Agreement requires us to be progressive, okay, which is really very important, and we must have successive NDCs, isn't it? That's why countries are trying to demonstrate that, and it actually is very important to be progressive and successive. including increasing your ambition in terms of reducing emissions. Okay? But that should not be at the expense of doing proper development, which is going to increase the country's GDP. Because if you don't have also adequate resources, again, you can't talk about adaptation. Okay? So we should be very targeted on how do we want to craft our NDC in simple terms. We should be in a position to talk about sustainability at the center of the NDC. Sustainability for people, sustainability for infrastructure, sustainability for ecosystems. And these move in tandemly. And then sustainability for resource, technology, and the capacities of the people to implement this NDC. Because however much you have a good NDC, but you can't implement it, so it seems to be, or it says to be a plan. A good plan, isn't it? So please keep on reflecting nationally determined contribution. Now, the NDCs, it is not only about the interventions for reducing greenhouse gases. It is not only about the interventions for scaling up ambition, but the NDC is also a tool which helps us to mobilize what we call the means of implementation support. Because I've been talking about international climate change financing, is it? If you don't have an NDC, very, very extremely difficult to mobilize climate change financing, even domestically, but also in the international arrangements. Because the connotation is that, what is it that we have prioritized? Isn't it? What we have prioritized is what is in the NDC. That's why these NDCs are actually published under the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. You can't get money for adaptation. You can't get money for mitigation, including the carbon trading you're talking about. The engine for running the carbon trading is actually the NDCs. Okay? That's why countries go and do carbon budgets. Now, the Paris Agreement, which is ratified by 194 countries, compels us to put the instrument for implementing climate change commitment, and we demonstrate that in the NDC. Apparently, there are about 140, if I'm not mistaken, countries that have submitted now their NDC 3.0. Now, the 3.0 does not mean it is NDC number 3. It depends on the context. Uganda, we have had one NDC. And what we are doing now with the guidance from the National Climate Change Advisory Committee is that formulate the second NDC. So what we are doing now is our second NDC, but in terms of repositories, submissions is number 3. That's what's called the NDC 3.0. But in simple terms, we did our first NDC in 2015, which was the INDC, Intended National Climate Contribution. And when we ratified the Paris Agreement, it compels us in 2016 that countries submit the NDC from the intended to NDC. And we did not change anything rather than submitting that intended to into the NDC. That was our first NDC, which was compelling us to reduce emissions, I think by 22%. Now, in 2020, 2022, we updated the first one. Okay? That's why the current NDC, which is running up to 2030, is called the early updated NDC. So updated from the first one, isn't it? So we have one NDC. Now, what we are doing is the second NDC. But it is going to be our submission number 3. That's what's called the NDC 3.0. Please don't confuse that. Okay? So we are working on NDC 3.0, but it implies the second NDC for government of Uganda. Whereas there are some countries who have the third NDC, but for us, this is our second NDC. We are going to demonstrate commitment. Now, in this NDC of ours, we are to demonstrate progression and ambition. And from the 2015-2016, which was 22% reduction, there were challenges there. So we are trying to improve clarity and understanding in the NDC, isn't it? So in the second NDC, which is the running NDC, updated NDC, we increased our ambition from 22% to 24.7% emission reduction under the business as usual, which was modeled in terms of emission reduction to be 148.8 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. So what is it that we have in this one? We shall see. This is what we're going to discuss. Whether the emissions remain as they are, or we are increasing our emission from the 27.7% maybe to something else, but we cannot go back, cannot go below, because that will not be ambition increment. It will not be progressive in nature. Okay? And this is the guidance. So we shall see that. So today we are going to be looking at mitigation specifically. And I want to emphasize this. Mitigation we are doing with the causes of climate change. This is what we're going to focus on today. So the aspect of adaptation, we first put them aside. We shall look at them tomorrow. So when we are discussing here, the issues of irrigation, maybe you're talking about energy for irrigation, but the issues of irrigation, issues of this and this, we shall first pack them somewhere, isn't it? Today I'm going to talk about the causes of climate change. What is it that we want to undertake to reduce greenhouse gas emissions across the sectors to ensure that we respond to the causes of climate change? That's what we're going to be talking about today. And our consultants, which were contracted by our good friends, UNDP, Zutari, are going to presenting online, but we are also available to provide guidance in that direction. So today's focus is on mitigation. Now, the mitigation we're going to look at today is going to focus on several sectors, because agriculture also leads to causing climate change, isn't it? So we shall see the emissions coming from agriculture and what can we do to reduce those emissions in simple terms. That is under crop and under livestock. We also have emissions coming from waste, isn't it? The solid waste and the liquid waste. So what is the contribution of emissions coming from waste, and what can we do to reduce emissions coming from waste? That's what we're going to be talking about today. We shall also be able to look at the energy and transport, isn't it? There are emissions coming out of energy and transport. So what is the share contribution of the emissions modeled under transport and energy, and what can we do to respond to reducing emissions in those elements? Again, there are emissions that are coming from forestry and other land uses, including wetland degradation, isn't it? So we shall also look at the share of emissions from forest degradation and deforestation and wetlands, isn't it? And what can we do, isn't it, to reduce emissions? This is what we're going to be looking at today. So these, what I've mentioned, they have been part of the updated NDC, isn't it? Now, what is new in this NDC, what I will bring as new for our ambition and progressive, is that we are also introducing peatland. Okay? We're introducing peatland. It's a new element in this NDC. Okay? The 3.0 under mitigation. And we are also talking about the short-lived climate change pollutants. Okay? It is a new element in this NDC. It is not in the current NDC. Okay? And we are also talking about oil and gas, but not in terms of greenhouse gas inventory, because we have not yet started to export our oil and gas. So which data are we using to model the emissions? But we are trying to put the non-GHG interventions that could help us to respond, okay, to what would be emissions from oil and gas, isn't it? They are called non-GHG, non-greenhouse gas interventions that we can do, because by the time we are implementing our current NDC, we would have started the exploration of oil and gas, isn't it? But what is it that we can do to respond to methane and the remaining gases that will be coming out of that productivity processes? So those are the three new elements we are going to we are bringing new in this NDC on part of mitigation. So tomorrow we shall be focusing on adaptation. Now adaptation has about 14 sectors. I'm not going to mention all of them. The sectors of mitigation can be sectors of adaptation, whereas these sectors are contributing to climate change, but they are also impacted by climate change, isn't it? So we have to shift them to also adaptation and resilience. So agriculture will be there, livestock will be there, health will be there, name it. We shall look at tomorrow. So what is new in adaptation is actually what we call climate mobility, where we cover the aspect of the refugees as well. Okay? The rest is about expanding for clarity, but this is what we shall be discussing moving from now. Now, my other last point, which I want to emphasize, because these are going to guide all what we're going to do. The NDC is a plan. It cannot accommodate each and everything. That's why it is a 5-year plan. We have to prioritize among the priorities what we can do within 5 years, isn't it? What we can implement within 5 years. So don't be there and say, but this one, we are going to put many things which we are not going to implement, isn't it? Okay? The NDC is a plan. Everything is important, but we have to prioritize. That is very, very important. It's the way we have our homes, isn't it? Everything is important, but we prioritize. So we have to prioritize across all sectors and across all the categories of adaptation and mitigation. Then there are some interventions that we cannot bring in NDC, the small interventions. We are looking at strategic interventions because at the end of this NDC, we are going to develop the NDC implementation plan, which can bring the details as you want to see them. Where we want to find a workshop, we want to find this and this, isn't it? But in this one, we are not going to say workshop, isn't it? If you're talking about climate smart agriculture, that is what we mean. So we can elaborate that climate smart agriculture in the NDC implementation plan. Those details can come there. It's the way we are going to cook food, isn't it? You're going to prepare rice, isn't it? But you don't put onion, you don't put this, you don't put this, you don't put simba. It is those things, isn't it? So this is a strategic plan, isn't it? Once you read the strategic plan, so that means that there is a lot of consolidation that we are going to have, isn't it? To drive the points. But in the implementation plan of the NDC, once it is finalized, then we shall bring out the details, isn't it? We shall bring out the details of what it means. So the final details, we may not capture them, though you want to see them. Okay? So let's remain strategic in simple terms, because the final details will come within the NDC implementation plan. So as we do this, I think it is important to mind about the language as I finalize. Are we talking about carbon neutrality, net zero, or low emission strategies? The NDC, you are going to find policy measures. You are going to find core adaptation and mitigation measures. The core adaptation and mitigation measures are those when are implemented, they build adaptive capacity and resilience, and or reduces greenhouse gas emissions. Those are the core adaptation and mitigation measures, but there are also policy measures that enable the core adaptation and mitigation measures to be implemented. So all these are interventions that we have to undertake. Okay, that we find the NDC. So with that, I think I would want to conclude here by inviting you to be productive in this meeting. Don't ask what government has done. If you want to know what government has done in the previous NDC, there is a stock take of the current NDC, which you can share, isn't it? How far are we going to implement the current NDC? But it is still running up to 2030, isn't it? Because this NDC you are doing would go up to 2035. So let us focus in terms of planning, isn't it? Now, after I have planned, then we shall come back and ask ourselves, what have we done? The element of being very strategic in terms of the target that we set, then coming up with sectoral target and how we shall measure that. I think it is very key, because at the end of the day, we have to boost the MRV on reporting this from government and the non-government entities. Okay, so thank you very much for listening to me. And now I come back in the shoes of my commissioner. Most of these have been my words. So on behalf of the Ministry of Water and Environment, allow me to declare our today's engagement on civil society NDC 3.0 consultative meeting officially open. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. I will not attempt to repeat anything, and except invite you to give a big round of applause to our speakers
whose remarks we are going to be utilizing throughout today and tomorrow. Please give them a hand clap as they take back their seats. A big round. I notice you've not had breakfast yet, but we are going to get to that, I promise. Could you please run the program once again? IT man, the program. Oh, okay, someone else. Thank you.
Now, I beg your indulgence. We are way behind time. Your stomachs must be grumbling. But I have two short presentations. I'm calling them short because I'm already dictating to reduce the time allocated to them, but they are very important presentations for your ears. We have a presentation on the arrangements of the small grants program in Uganda. And then one unlocking carbon markets in Uganda. The farming constituency, we will keep you in mind and try to keep the language as inclusive as possible. But these presentations are important for the institutions where you work. So can we accommodate them in 15 minutes before our break, our tea break? I'm begging for your indulgence. Is that a yes or no? You have a proposal. Okay. There is a proposal that we take on one on the SGP program. Silence is giving me feedback, so we'll take it. Before I invite the representative from the climate finance unit, please allow just 2 minutes from the hotel to give us a security brief. This was supposed to have happened earlier, but I couldn't allow it to interrupt that session before. So hotel representative, are you still in the room? Because you might just miss your opportunity. Okay. Going once. Okay, so you've lost your 30 seconds. Please keep your brief to 1 minute. Thank you. Welcome.
Good morning. You're most welcome to Hotel Africana. My name is Tony from Hotel Africana Security Department. It's our policy here. We do give security briefs to our conference guests. The first thing is our registration. It helps us get the right people we have invited here for this conference. Then secondly, where you are seated, we still request you to know somebody seated next to you, or else you can do introductions. Another thing is the care for the gadgets that we use when we are inside the conference hall, especially the phones and the laptops. Still, the hotel requests you to take care of them when you are inside a conference hall. For more details regarding that, the small writing notebook the hotel provides on the first page has details how you take care of your items when you are inside a conference hall. Your time for lunch, we don't leave the hall unattended. We either give the key to your registration desk, or our team from service, the lady seated behind there, remains inside here to take charge of the hall. Hotel Africana has got 3 fire assembly points. Just in case of an emergency, our team will be able to evacuate you to the nearest fire assembly point. Our washrooms here, you exit, take my left, you'll find a corridor behind there. Towards the end of the corridor, On your right, you will find the washrooms, both for the ladies and gents. For the ladies, yours is next to the hose reel or a fire hose. Then for the gents, before reaching that hose reel, you'll find a corridor on your right there. It will lead you to the washrooms. So that's the little I want to share with you this morning. Our motto is you come as a guest, you leave as a friend. Have a good day with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I do not see Mr. Mugaga in the room himself, but I am very confident that we have a representative from the Climate Finance Unit of the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. May I please invite you to come and take the stage? If you could be kind and keep the presentation to only 10 minutes. Please give high round of applause.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dorina Nkunda. I work with the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. I am here to represent Mr. Dennis Mugaga, who is the head of the Climate Finance Unit. We have a number of activities happening, and so he's in Chigo taking care of that. And so I hope I'll fit in his shoes. I know that Semambo has mentioned that we are not here to ask questions, but to plan. And the NDC is a tool for actually mobilizing resources. And so I heard people talk about Ministry of Water, civil society, academia. They didn't speak about Ministry of Finance, but here we are. And we are good partners. We have worked with civil society organizations, and I'm also glad to be part of this engagement. It's unfortunate that I will not be here the rest of the day, but I think Dennis will be joining either later today or tomorrow. I hope we can engage more. I shared my presentation. I don't know. So most of you must be wondering why Small Grants Program is doing in this engagement. I know we are talking about NDC, and now I'm here talking about small grants, but I think CANU and the rest of the organizers thought it wise to speak about Small Grants Program for your information, really, because I'm sure all of us, Small Grants Program basically focuses on civil society organizations and community-based organizations. So I think in their wisdom, that's why they thought it wise to have this small presentation. Unfortunately, I don't know why it's taking long. I had shared with Anthony. Okay, my 10 minutes are done, eh? So the Small Grants Program is under the Global Environment Facility. They get funding from the Global Environment Facility. Like I earlier mentioned, it targets the civil society organizations and community-based organizations. And so we have, it works in cycles. So we are currently at, we finished GEF7. We are currently under GEF, Small Grants Program. I prefer to call it SGP. So allow me use the, the short forms. So we are now under SGP 8, and Uganda received 1.54 under the current cycle that is ongoing. So, sorry, we are under GEF7, so we are yet to have GEF8. So where, and like I said, SGP falls under, the Global Environment Facility. And so we have a number of priority areas. We have biodiversity, we have climate change, we have land degradation, we have international waters, we have chemicals and POPs. And then we have a number of partners. Currently, Small Grants is being managed by UNDP together with FAO. We hope the arrangement will remain the same. Of course, they are working with a number of partners. We have also, I think currently UNDP has sent out the call for proposals. That phase has been done, and FAO is yet also to issue the call for proposals. And so, what do you Okay, I'm really sorry. You know, I was also told last night about this presentation, so I was trying to put things together, so you'll forgive me. Yeah. And so maybe as we wait for the presentation, the Ministry of Finance is the JEF operational focal point. And this is the one and only Patrick Ochailat, who is the JEF OFP. If you could go to the next slide, I'll be quick. I'll try and be quick. So this is my outline. I'll talk about what SGP is, and then our role. I think I've touched a bit on that. Then the performance of current resources, institutional arrangement, and then from JEF to how the resources move from the JEF to the grassroots, which is, I'm glad the farmers are also here. I'm really happy, and thank you for inviting them. Yeah, so JEF was launched in 1992, and so the Small Grants Program, which is the SGP, is a corporate program for the Global Environment Facility, and is implemented by a selected agency. Like I earlier said, currently under JEF 7, we have FAO and UNDP implementing the JEF Small Grants Program. So it channels money directly to the civil society, as I mentioned this, so I'll not repeat, to address basically really global environmental challenges. And so they give up to 50,000 USD, and these are awarded directly to CBOs, NGOs, indigenous people. And maybe before I forget, JEF 8 is going to focus more on indigenous people and of course the community-based organizations. I think in the current JEF, they were not focusing so much on indigenous people, but going forward under JEF 8, indigenous people is also going to be the focus. And so we also have the 5 focal areas. I already mentioned that. To mention is that it is also country-driven, decentralized delivery through a national coordinator. We have that in place, and a national steering committee. The national steering committee is, is made up of a number of members from both government, civil society, and academia. So I think there's balance. And the priority groups, they are there. They are women, youth, persons with disabilities, indigenous people, they are all deliberately targeted. If we could go to the next slide, please. Yeah, so within the JEF Council, government bodies that set JEF policy and approve the work program. So it's the JEF Council really that does that. So from the JEF Council, we go to the trust fund, which holds and disburses full donor contributions. And mostly here it is the World Bank. So we have the JEF Secretariat, which coordinates the project cycle and clears proposals. So at least Commissioner Semamba and some few individuals who are here know that before you send any proposal to the JEF, it goes through Ministry of Finance as the JEF focal person. So it's cleared by the JEF Secretariat. Yeah, so, and then we have implementing and executing agencies. We have a number of JEF agencies. We have the UNDP, we have FAO, we have UNEP, we have World Bank, UNOPS, we have a number of them. But in Uganda, mostly under JEF, we work mostly with the UNDP and FAO, and UNEP, of course. And then the country operational focal point, like I earlier said, is the Ministry of Finance. So that's why I was saying you cannot do this without, interacting with the Ministry of Finance. And so then our mandate really has been there since the JEF inception. And like I said, it is our Deputy Secretary to the Treasury, who is the OFP. Of course, it displaces Uganda, JEF's gatekeeping function, including the small grants program. That's why they've been able to, we've been working with the small grants program from inception up to, and we hope to, work with you even under the JEF 8. And as MOFPED, really, like I said, we coordinate all JEF-related activities in Uganda. So once again, you cannot run away from us. So, yeah, so we signed the letters of endorsement. I mentioned this already. And we determine how Uganda's resource envelope is allocated. But these STAR resources, we actually don't decide on our own. It's a consultative process where we engage everyone. So we don't sit as a ministry and decide, we actually do consult. And so we also decide which JEF agency is best placed to implement a project idea. So if we think that FAO is best in this area, maybe climate change or land degradation, we advise and then you work with the JEF agency. But as a civil society and community-based organizations, you cannot work without these JEF agencies. You have to get a JEF agency to work with. You cannot run away from that. So, so basically that's our role. Let's go to the next. I think this is repetitive. So let's go to the next. So JEF Trust Fund, how these funds are actually dispensed up to the grassroots, from the JEF to the grassroots. We do, of course, these are contributions from a number of donors, or I would call them development partners, held by the World Bank as the trustee. And then, of course, now it goes to the implementing agency. UNDP manages the core resources. And then currently, under JEF 7, UNDP is managing the core resources, and then FAO is managing the STAR resources allocation. So that's how they are able to work together. And as I mentioned, like that there are called for proposals that went out. UNDP already did their part, and FAO is, I think it's in about, Sarah, you can correct me, I think in 2 weeks. Yeah, I think FAO is about to send out these call for proposals. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. So, and then now SGP country program, we have a national coordinator. I mentioned this already, and a national steering committee hosted by MOFPED once again. Then the grant award, we disburses approved grants as executing partner. So now this money goes up to the grassroots, which are the CBOs, NGOs, indigenous people, to implement projects of up to 50,000. So basically, as you can see, it's a transparent process. There are a number of partners involved. It's not that information is really hidden. So much as we are the JEF operational focal point, we engage a number of stakeholders in all these processes. I think that's it. The National Steering Committee, like I mentioned, I touched this. It approves on the government side, including MOFPED, OFP, and private sector and academia, plus civil society. Then, of course, the national coordinator, JEF agency together. These coordinators are contracted by the JEF implementing agency. In this case, it is UNDP of FAO. So they are the ones that actually get this coordinator who manages the day-to-day operations of the small grants program. The national host institution provides local hosting and institutional grounding for the country programming team. So I think currently they are sitting at FAO. Yeah, so yeah, because FAO and UNDP are implementing together. So I think that's it. Then, so the grant making process, like I said, some call proposals have been sent out. So the process starts with a call for proposals. Then the appraisal is done by the National Steering Committee. Then, of course, the award and contracting, and then now implementing and M&E. So basically, for us as MOFPED, we don't just issue, letters of endorsement. We are also here because now we are being deliberate. We want to make sure that actually resources are doing, the right job. So we are here to support the civil society, the JEF agencies, to make sure that these resources are actually doing the right job. So accountability. And I remember Semamba also talked about, Commissioner Semamba talked about sustainability in this NDC. So most of these things are really key for us. Yeah, because we don't want to just do things and then we leave them there. So I mentioned this in the beginning that under JEF 7, we received 1.15, and the JEF core resources, these are managed by UNDP, that's the amount. And then this Comdex grant, 300,000. These are really like small community-led funding opportunities delivered through the JEF small grants program. So I think really that's all I have to say. Forgive me, I'm too fast. I've been given little time, so I might have forgotten one or two things, but I can commit that as Minister of Finance, we are here to support you and work with you for the good of our country. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Please, before you go back to Sick Doreen, I'm going to allow 2-3 questions because I know this is a very important session for you. And I will kindly request you tell us your name, but keep your question concise. Mr. Jones Kagang.
Okay, I'm Kaganga John, working with Chikandwa Environmental Association, based in Mitiana district. First of all, I'm so grateful to meet her, and maybe I was also planning to talk to Okello, and I think I'll talk to him. One thing, I'm so grateful with GEF because I benefited, our organization benefited in 2013, between 2013 and 2015. And that's why when you go to Chikandwa, it is now, we call it a village forest because we have managed to change so many things because of that. But my concern is just one. Before we benefited, we wrote more than 5 proposals. And writing 5 proposals, submitting them to UNDP. But there was no reply, there was no reply, no acknowledgement, and so forth. As you are saying, this is also something very, very embarrassing for us. There is a call for proposal for 8. We submitted a proposal. And there is no acknowledgement that we received the proposal or this and that. And then I was wondering, that's why I'm asking, is it a policy that when someone submit a proposal must not be acknowledged? Because as I'm concluding, because the other people, the coordinators who were coordinating, I went there and then they told me the one, his contract was over in December last year, and the other one was over in June. Then they gave me another one. They said, we have a new coordinator. But even the new coordinator is not responding. Therefore, I want to know why. Is it a policy or it is intended by someone in the coordinating office?
Thank you, John. I don't see any other. There is one more hand.
Thank you so much. I'm Kaya Christina Nachimwero, the former woman MP for Chivoga. I just found you explaining that for local civil society organizations, you have to find the JEF organizations to work with. But we have been toiling to domesticate some of these international provisions here. Why don't we ensure that the locally established institutions also get accredited to become part of the JEF institutions? Is it very difficult? Can't we say environmental alert? You have to do this and this and this to also be accredited as a JEF institution. We do not want to rely all the time on institution, because that would be one of the indicators to show that we have really domesticated some of these provisions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please respond to those 2. That's all we will take.
Okay, thank you for the question and concern. Thank you, sir, for that concern. I think to erase your fears, why the Climate Finance Unit was created was not to just focus on mobilizing resources, but we are also supposed to coordinate with other institutions to ensure we actually deliver and mobilize resources. So it is a pity that you were not given feedback. And what we can promise is that we are here. We work closely with Ministry of Water, at least Commissioner Semambo can testify to that. And so what we can assure is that going forward, feel free to reach us on cfu@finance.go.ug. And we are here to work, because for us, our work is to make sure the likes of UNDP and FAO, don't sleep on the job. I'm not saying you sleep on the job, but we are here to follow up with them on a daily to make sure we actually deliver. So we are not sleeping on the job going forward. So feel free to contact us. And the question on having, the implementing agencies, yeah, with Jeff, this has been there, so we are not going to change these things. But the whole point, I think our focus should actually be when these monies are channeled through these Jeff agencies, do they actually reach the grassroots? And do they work with these organizations? And I'm sure they work with most of you here. I'm not sure, but I hope that they actually do work with most of you. So our focus should be on whether monies should actually get to the grassroots. I think because that's the only way we can access money through the Jeff agencies, I think for now, let's focus on that and, ensure that money has actually reached. But it's a discussion we can take forward. I know that under the Green Climate Fund, we are trying to have some local agencies have them accredited. Of course, the processes are not easy. Again, Ministry of Water knows what we go through to have these entities accredited. It's not an easy process. There are a number of things that are required from the entities. And so I think that's why I started with, let's focus on ensuring that the Jeff agencies are actually working with these civil society organizations, because those processes can actually frustrate. But it's something we're also trying to work on. We're engaging on a daily to make sure that, we have our own accredited so that it's easier. But I'm sure if we have had any challenges with the Jeff implementing agencies, kindly also feel free to reach out. But I know that we have worked with UNDP for so long. We have worked with UNEP. We have worked with FAO for also some time. And if there are any challenges, please feel free to let us know. Otherwise, thank you so much. And
yes,
I wish you the best.
We thank you very much. Yes, a better round of applause for her. Thank you for this information, and I hope you have noted that on 1st September, FAO is going to be calling for proposals. Just before you have your break, and we will allow 30 minutes for that, we will request a group photo. If you can arrange it quickly, our camera people. Where? Outside. Anthony Wolimbwa, do you think you can coordinate this logistic for a group photo? We all gather in front here and take a group photo while our dignitaries are still around. So may I please request that you step off and come here? And if our cameraman can help us coordinate this very quickly. 1 minute.
Okay, can we step out for the picture because the number is a little bit bigger? Let's step out for that photo. Okay.
kindly move out for the group photo. Our farmers would like to see you in that photo.
Colleagues, it's time for us to prepare to move back into session. Let's take the next 3 minutes to reconvene. For those that are still having your cup of tea, which seems designed to be swallowed in a minute, feel free to continue having your tea as we have the session. In the meantime, may I request the Secretariat to set up the next presentation? Anthony, our presenter is around. Okay, excellent. May I check if our online colleagues are around? Do we have anybody online?
Yeah, we are around.
Yes, okay. Oh, sorry, we've not acknowledged you yet, but we do acknowledge you. And we'll be engaging at some point. That's down to 2 minutes.
Okay, so the delay is now on this other end. Give us just a minute for the technical issues to be addressed. Okay. We are set to start. We, as discussed before, are going to have a short presentation on carbon markets. And our presenter will be Mr. Derek Senyonga. He will introduce himself a bit more. Again, I invite you to open your mind to learn. Some of these things are a bit new to our minds, but they are strategic that we are going to be interacting with them for a while. So it might be introductory for you, but open your mind to it and let's engage, because we are also going to be discussing mitigation shortly within the NDC. Mr. Senyonga, over to you.
Yes, thank you very much, moderator, for gear us into this session, where we are basically going to talk about carbon markets and how carbon markets link with the national determined contributions. Of course, as been introduced, my name is Senyonga Derek. I come from Department of Climate Change and Carbon Trade. I'm a senior climate change officer in the mitigation section. I'll basically give you an introductory part, because when we talk about issues of carbon markets, they are really wide, and we cannot discuss them all within the 10 minutes time frame that have been granted. But next slide. I'll basically give you an introductory part of carbon markets and the policy alignments of carbon markets and how they are really relevant to our NDC and as a country. Yes. So this has been alluded to when we talk of the introduction. We all know that climate change is an issue threatening economies. So it's a global threat. And given that Uganda is highly vulnerable, it really puts us in a red corner of climate impacts. I don't know who's operating the slides. Yes, please. As I move on, try to move the slides. Yes. So basically key mechanisms under the Paris Agreement, yeah, that we are put to mobilize private climate finance. Of course, this is through enabling trading of carbon. Yeah, trading of carbon. For some of you who come from different regions, I don't know how you interpret carbon trade in your local languages, but in Buganda, someone can easily say, katale komuka. Katale kachi? Katale komuka. Anyway, yeah, it sounds weird, eh? Maybe akatale kemika. Well, I leave that to you to translate. But that's very important. If you are translating this to the communities, they must understand the concept. That's why I've tried to bring this to you to really understand the technicality behind it. The translation matters more so for the civil society organizations because you work closely with the communities. Next slide. Yes, I was trying to interpret what carbon markets are. Please go ahead. They are basically platforms or systems where institutions buy and sell carbon credits. Yeah, basically, as the normal markets, you know, where we buy a Matoke and the Lumonde, they are basically markets which attracts buying and selling of carbon. And the transaction there is the credits. When a project proponent attracts emission reductions, they earn carbon credits. And there are basically two types of carbon markets. There's one we call a compliance carbon market, and there's one we call voluntary carbon markets. Let me talk about this briefly. The compliance, as you hear the word compliance, there must be strict rules and guidelines that every player in that market must follow. Yeah. And these are basically governed by governments and international climate treaties. A case in point, we have the key development mechanism for some of you who ever participated into this, and what we call Article 6 and Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. I'll talk that later. Another arm of the carbon market is the voluntary carbon markets. As you know, it's a voluntary. Someone enters into the market and voluntarily participate without strict issues that has to be followed. Says I talked about next slide. I talked about Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. In the previous regime, carbon markets have been operating under what is normally called as the Kyoto Protocol. By the coming of the Paris Agreement, when countries signed the Paris Agreement, the Kyoto Protocol transitioned to Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. Article 6 talks of different approaches that countries or project proponents should participate in. We have cooperative approaches. This is basically where country per country, where they come into negotiations on how to participate in the market. They define guidelines and standards that each country must follow for them to have that mutual working relation to implement carbon projects. And of course, what is attained under that is what is normally termed as the international transfer mitigation outcomes. We have the Paris Agreement creating mechanism, which is Article 6.4. This is basically is a mechanism under UNFCCC, which has its specific guidelines that project proponents have to follow. Then we have the non-market approaches. This, as you hear the word non-market, there is no transaction involved. Next. Yes, as we participate, or as institutions, project proponents participate in carbon markets, they are guiding principles that they have to follow. Yeah, they are guiding principles, and I'll request you. I'm going this through faster, but I request you to really read more about this, where countries must set credible baselines, which must be highly conservative to undercount genuine reductions. And there's another issue called additionality, where please go ahead. Additionality, where the project must present an emission reduction or removal that will not occur without the finance from selling carbon credits. This issue, there's an issue called permanence. This more of permanence, as you hear the word, means ensuring that greenhouse gas emission reductions or removals achieved that the project remain valid and not reversed in the future. So we don't expect a project being implemented into like 5 years. Then in the next year, the forest is cut. So the project has to exhibit that the permanence principle. prove that the carbon will be stored for reasonable a long period of time. This is what I've tried to talk about. The issues of leakage. We don't expect that you've planted a forest somewhere and just outside the forest, you're cutting trees. Yeah, that's the leakage. So a project should present that emissions this place shouldn't occur anywhere. In simple terms, that's what leakage is. Next. So let me talk about why carbon credits and markets are very important. We've been talking about carbon or credits, one source of climate finance to implement the mitigation and adaptation actions as will be outlined in our NDCs. Next, when talk of social benefits, come up with social benefits such as pollution reductions, job creation, energy security, among others. Of course, it encourages investments and sustainable development. So those are some of the benefits or direct benefits of carbon markets. So as we discuss our NDCs, we need to find a way of source of climate finance in relation to what I've said, the jobs, sustainable development, and climate finance or carbon finance. Next slide. Congested, but it basically gives us the different steps on how carbon projects are developed. One starts with the feasibility studies. You need to know whether your proposed business make economic sense and environmental sense. Then after you start developing a project design document, then implementation. As before implementation, of course, the project has to be verified or validated, implemented, and after even when it has reduced emissions, those emissions have to be verified by an external auditor. We call them verifiers, who ascertain that what was set in the project design document is clear that the project has realized these emission reductions. So it's upon that the emissions are verified, that you are issued carbon credits, which you can basically transfer. You can transfer through selling them to the different buyers. Could be several in countries, can be industries, private sectors, among others. So basically, this is initial. This is how the ecosystem works. It's over the beginning of the in a way, as I talked earlier, I show you yeah. Okay. Forward that we are trying to link the carbon markets and the NDCs. The NDCs, we talk of emission reductions, isn't it? And the carbon projects we are implementing, one component is for them to reduce emissions, isn't it? So you implement reduce emissions in relation to the NDC or the country's NDC. And based on the models we've conducted, these sectors, agriculture, forest, and other land use, attract high mitigation potential because of their high emitting capacity. Yeah. So we start and our projects are really coming to agriculture to reduce emissions, energy, transport, and waste. So this, when it comes to sectoral level, distribution of emissions are and where it portrays where carbon projects should align themselves We have agriculture, forest and other land use, energy, transport, waste. So I'll show you as I conclude the distribution as when we finalize our regulations. Yes. Next slide. I won't go too much into the ETF. I'll basically go to the national policy framework for carbon credits. As I've alluded that carbon credits are aligned with should be aligned with our national intermediate contributions. So kindly, the Act waiver is under carbon markets. So we have operations. NA, coordinating entity with environment, climate change and carbon trade department with this with Ministry of Trade, Ministry of Industries, to whatever project that comes through to implement carbon projects train communities and provide expertise. If you cannot do this, then communities won't benefit. Project development, yes, you are a key player when it comes to developing projects in carbon markets, climate financing, and of course, yes, expose greenwashing, demand and accountability. Those are some of the key issues that civil society organizations should look at when it comes to NDC and carbon markets implementation in the country. Thank you very much for hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Senyonga. Very much appreciated. And he has used up all our time for questions and answer. So I will only allow one question and request that we continue this discussion. Thankfully, it has been introductory, although there's a lot of awareness, including around the project developers we have already had as a country. And I'll give the professor, give you even the title professor to, to ask the question, because we'd like to quickly get into the gist of why we are here. We'd like to consult you for the document, please.
Thank you, Susan, and thank you, Derek. Good morning once again. I'm Adina with the Economic Policy Research Center. So it's not that I teach, but I usually talk to policymakers and people down there. So ideally, my question, take it in a layman way. So Derek was speaking all these things, they are flying over my head, you know? Because now I'm telling myself, if I'm to meet this, let me say a minister of gender, and I want to sell carbon credits to them, what am I going to explain after this? I don't think I've understood what I'll tell that layperson, even my grandma. Into okutunda omukka agamba omukka guliwa. Gwe nga sigukwatako. Mugutunda mutya. So I want you to translate that in the way you'll speak to my grandma, or to that minister who's taking up that docket in the Ministry of, let me say, Ministry of Gender, who's going to start employment. You want people to invest. Then dokulete emirimu. Nagamba omukka gwesta kwata ko gufaanana gutya ate ne ngutunda. Nenfunamu essente. Okitegedde? So what you've spoken, I believe, you see, I understand a bit of carbon issues, but still I got lost a bit. I must tell you, because even if I did something in environment, kati mwami Derek, tuulaawo, otubuulire bulungi in the local way. Nga otugambye nti okutunda omukka. Kati ogwo omukka ngutunda ntya, gufaanana gutya, ngwentaniramu ntya ngutuule. That is the only thing, because people are going to start doing sector activities. So, and they're going to try to do projects around it, but still they will still need to understand in the localist way that's saying carbon emissions, CO2 emissions, whatever it is, you know. So,
thank you.
I think you've understood what I'm saying.
And before he responds,
even people are doing newspapers, you know, I think the journalists, what will we take this out of to write? To explain to people out there in the news media around what you just said.
Derek, I challenge you to respond within 1 minute. But before you do, I also checked in the room and the attention span was very low. I think that was the reason. But colleagues, today is not for unpacking it. It's introductory. We must create space to really unpack this animal called carbon credits or carbon markets. Derek, you have 1 minute to respond to that.
Yes, thank you very much, Doctor, for that question. And Yes, I expected that question. I expected it. And I think that's why now I'm borrowing the extra time, isn't it? So, well, let's talk of carbon market. What is carbon market? Or what is carbon trade in understanding? Carbon markets or carbon credits. Let me start with the market itself. As I stated earlier, that these are platforms where carbon, is transacted between. We understand that in the market we have buyers and we have sellers, isn't it? So they are basically platforms where carbon is traded. So in those platforms, we have standards that projects proponents must follow. Are you getting it? In every market, there are guidelines. In every market, there are standards that you must follow, isn't it? Project developers or project proponents are you who implement a project. You plant your trees in how many hectares or acres of land? Those trees, those trees reduce emissions, isn't it? When those trees reduce emissions based on the land area and the species you've planted, reduce emissions. Those emissions, first of all, it's not just a matter of reducing emissions. They must be verified based on a given standard that the project was designed. Are you getting it? So when the project reduce emissions for a certain period of time, let's say 5 years, those emissions are verified. They do measurement and an auditor verifies that the project has been shown these emissions. We all know the science of trees, reducing, sequester carbon, isn't it? So after 5 years, those emissions are measured. Then an independent verifier verifies that the emissions have been realized using a specific standard. Could be a gold standard. We have different methods. Could be Vera, those who operate in a voluntary market. They are given standard that you must follow. So after realizing that the project has been able to reduce those emissions, then you are given a certificate called carbon credit. Are you getting it? You're given a certificate based on how much you've reduced, based on how much your trees have been able to reduce. If it has reduced 10,000 tons of carbon dioxide emissions, you are given is equal, or one carbon credit is equal to 1 ton of carbon dioxide emissions. So if your project has been able to reduce 10,000 tons of emissions, then when those 10,000 emission reductions have been verified, you are given a certificate in terms of carbon credit. So it's from that point that you take that carbon credit in terms of the tons you've reduced to sell it. You can sell it to company X or country Y that intends to offset its emissions. In European countries, for example, there are standards which are set, or policies which are set by their countries for companies to reduce emissions, isn't it? So those companies act as buyers, of the credits that have been realized in Uganda. So you get that certificate, you sell it to company X in Europe. It can even be here in Uganda. in terms of the social corporate responsibilities. There are some companies which want to exhibit neutrality. Yeah, so they buy that certificate in relationship to the cost of the unit at that prevailing market. Are you getting it? It's a normal trade.
Thank you, Reddick.
Yes. I don't know whether
it's
it's fine now.
You have.
Exactly.
Thank you very much. And the
Another question.
online community.
Doctor.
I'm sorry. We'll get into any other questions later. But the online community has made their voice heard. They would also like to contribute to this discussion, and I have that responsibility. Before you go, Derek, we'll give one person online, I cannot see you, to raise one question to Derek. Please unmute within 2 seconds, unmute and tell us your name and your question. Anyone? Okay. I think for this session, you might not have any questions from the online team, but we will do our best to engage you as we go along. May I request you to give a big round of applause to Mr. Derek Senyonga. Thank you for the big attempt to teach us about the carbon markets. Colleagues, it is at this point that I would like to bring all of us back to the table. And the table we are sitting at is a decision-making table. Mr. Senyonga alluded to it, that as civil society, we engage in policy advocacy as one of those other roles. And today specifically, we are here to shape the NDC. And I am very aware that there are some people in the room that might not even know what NDC means. I want to assure you that you are bringing lived experience, you are bringing very relevant experiences to this process that you might not exactly understand, but there are facilitators who are going to help us try and tease out and mine that rich experience that you bring to the experience. So you are here, you are valuable, you matter. We are going into sessions going forward where we will be hearing from you. So prepare for that. Don't feel shy to share what you know. Even if it is a question, it is important. And looking at the time, again, we are way behind schedule, but I'd like to quickly bring you up to speed with our program so we all have an idea of how the rest of the day looks like. If IT person can help post it. Basically, we are supposed to be at 11 o'clock. So we are 1 hour and 10 minutes behind. And at this juncture, we would like to unpack NDC. What does a good nationally determined contribution document look like? And we will have Mr. Robert Bachika introduce us to that. And maybe the language will start getting more familiar with us in the room as we prepare to then hear from the consultants. This document, as the commissioner explained, has undergone processes of development. Where we are now is that we have a draft, and I trust that you have received and had a look at this draft. And the consultants that are shaping this draft or this process are with us. I understand they are online, and they will be helping us understand step by step as we move forward through the program. But the first step they will take us through, the team from Zutari, will be a presentation on NDC 3.0. At least that one you now are very familiar. We are all here because of NDC 3.0. And the priority mitigation, policies, actions, and measures so far in the document. Thereafter, we are going to form ourselves into working groups, so to speak. So the presentation from the consultant, but perhaps also the document itself that you may have on your laptops will be very important going forward. So we will construct ourselves into 4 groups as they will guide us. And then within those groups, we will start mining your experiences that will shape this document, or not shape anymore, but enrich it at this stage. So ideally, we were supposed to start before lunch within our groups, but looking at the clock, I think that won't be possible. We will move our group work to after lunch and focus on it within an hour and a half. The consultants will guide us, and then converge again. Somebody can move it a bit after lunch break. No, after the group discussion for a plenary. So that's how the rest of the day looks like. Give me a show of hands if we are together. Okay, majority of the room is here. Great. Now I see our presenter. Please help me welcome Mr. Robert Bachika to the podium to unpack what a good NDC looks like. Robert.
I was still enjoying tea. Colleagues, good afternoon. Happy to see a number of you, some after 10 years. I want to thank those who have asked questions, especially Dr. Medina and the commissioner who unpacked the presentation. And Carol, thank you for appreciating from Environmental Art the partnership. My name is Robert Bachika, and I'm going to walk you through a number of things. Madam Moderator, I don't know how much time you have given me, but this presentation is to set the scene and usher us to Zutari, who is going to take us through the nitty-gritty. Next. So in 15 minutes, I'm going to walk you through the challenge, the overview, how we are here. Some of you hear the words global stocktake. Extend from where the commissioner highlighted on NDCs, the guidance we have received, the science behind it, the GHG profiles,
the scenario projections, and then what a successive NDC looks like, and how we describe an NDC. Next. So why are we here? We are here because of this challenge. I don't know if someone can remove the lights in front here, such that it can make those at the back to see. The challenge is, during the Buganda Agreement of 1900, we were okay. Our emissions, I think, were almost zero. But over time, emissions have what? Have grown. My colleague, Senyonga, Mr. Senyonga, was telling you about emissions. And the most paramount emissions which have continued to grow is carbon dioxide, methane. I'm told we have farmers today. So we are going to see why farmers are Uganda's problem. Nitrous oxide. Anyone who uses an AC in your home, those of you who live in apartments, whenever you switch on your AC, you are causing hydrofluorocarbons to flow. As you enjoy your apartment, you are causing us problems. So historically, these emissions have grown. And when they have grown, this is where we are now. And as emissions have grown, we have received, or we have observed the changes. At first, the changes were not clear. We were used to volcanic eruptions, tectonic changes, but the problem came when our level of development changed, Industrial Revolution and others. You started to burn biomass. You started to burn hydrocarbons. That's why you see things became so tough. Then most important also, you started to produce more people. Now emissions are being projected at this level, okay? But science is telling us, from the problems we have, if we can work around and reach around this region, which the Paris Agreement said the 2-degree world, we can be a bit safer. But they are saying the best area for us to live in is what? 1.5. Next. So, when we saw things had failed, you remember we only had the conversion from 1995. In 1997, for those of you who went to Choto, I saw Kamese here. Kamese, happy to see you, sir. Mr. Kamese. Mr. Kamese was our front eye of negotiations. So in Choto, countries agreed to the Choto Protocol. But you know there was some stubborn countries that refused. So in Choto, countries had agreed to commit to reduce exact tons of greenhouse gases. However, when stubborn countries became more stubborn, things started dying. Countries which were pushed to be in a certain annex with the quantified emission reduction commitments started to complain. The likes of Australia, the likes of Canada, the stubborn one you know, and then commitments started to change. Emissions were rising. A deliberate move was done for the last, I think, 12 years to kill Kyoto Protocol. When we were in this room around 2009, launching Can You, people said we don't know what we were demanding. We were a bunch of activists. But we are telling people, you people, in 2009, countries no longer want commitments. So commitments died. And the big boys said the poor countries are also growing. They need to take commitments. And we told our lead negotiator, that was Mr. Philip Gwake, how will we arrest this situation? Then we saw when things were not working, we launched Can You. Nandudu is there, where our people launched Oxfam. And on the sidelines also, we launched ENR CSO network. Now, from 2009, anyone who remembers what happened in 2009? That was the Copenhagen Accord. Barack Obama, being a black man, we love black people, we love ourselves, but we never like ourselves. So one of our lead negotiators of COHASO, Committee of African Heads of State, Meres Zinawe, the late, may he so rest in peace, went in a closed-door meeting with these rich powers and superimposed the Copenhagen Accord. And I remember some of us were raising, heads of state in Africa have not met. You're only meeting Meres Zinawe. But none, everyone never wanted to care. So Copenhagen Accord came, rubber stamped the 2-degree, 1.5-degree. But how were we reaching there? The only way to reach 1.5 and 2-degree was to bring all countries to commit. One of the things the Copenhagen Accord did, it launched a process which gave birth to the Paris Agreement. 6 years. Remember, Paris Agreement was given birth in 2015. So all those years, some of us were in those rooms making our small voices to be heard. But you know, when they are small, no one wants to listen. So Paris Agreement comes into play in 2015. And what was the killer? There was no differentiation between developing all of us were asked to do what? This is the Paris Agreement. Now, there are things you will never see in the Paris Agreement until people give you they give you figures. All along when we negotiated the Paris Agreement, I never knew that the role of forests, Article 5, was mitigation. This told me Article 5, Red Plus, is one of the pillars of the mitigation of what? Goals of the Paris Agreement. Anyone who has got new information like me, I got some years ago, voluntary cooperation, which Dr. Medina was asking. Our colleagues said that even if poor countries say they are poor, they can't meet their mitigation contributions. Let's put voluntary cooperation. You hear the word? Voluntary Teria Kaka. But once you enter there, you'll hear the music, which my brother was telling you. Senyonka has told you once you enter voluntary cooperation, there are rules. But when they are inviting you, they are telling you it is what? Enter voluntary and dance to the tunes. So the tune is where they have developed modalities, procedures, and guidelines. Adaptation, which Africa was demanding. I remember Can You and others were saying we had orphans in the Paris Agreement. And one of the orphan in the Paris Agreement is adaptation. That's why naps are almost dying. And no one is concerned. The guidance and the rules of naps are not moving. If you have seen the speed of how the rules of voluntary cooperation have thrived and the guidance on naps have been moving, you would see why we have orphans. In Uganda, we have an orphan of another orphan. If you lose parents, you are an orphan double. So adaptation became an orphan double. When it came to funding, adaptation financing has remained low. Oxfam has continued to remind us we double adaptation finance, but it has never doubled. To make things worse, loss and damage. Many people are asking, what is loss and damage? Loss and damage is when adaptation fails. Is there anyone who has ever said, I've given up? When you have failed to adapt, now you set your day. If it is raining, cats and dogs, it come to wash me, my head is here, wash me, I go. That is loss and damage. It took us 20 years to agree on the loss and damage fund, which many of you are clapping. The fund for responding to what? Now it is taking countries 2 years to have the first transfer of an approved proposal under the loss and damage fund. So don't you see we have an orphan who is double? Then the means of implementation you have seen, finance. Anyone who knows what happened in the Jeff replenishment? My colleague from finance, I saw her. Did she tell you that the recent replenishment of Jeff just reduced? Donors no longer want to put money in the basket. When it comes to transparency reporting, things have become tough. There is more money for reporting than money for implementation. I don't know if you have noted that. Jeff always reminds you, you haven't requested for your money for BTR, Biannual Transparency Report. It is available, but it will never remind you, you have a second NAP round of 3 million. So what happens? After you go through that, you prepare an NDC. The commission has told you we are still in the first NDC. And when you prepare an NDC, you implement it. When you implement it, you report. That's why we are now saying all of you have to be in this together, such that if we are not reporting, also you are not reporting. Then from the reports we will submit, there will be another global stock in 2028. So they are going to now, they are not going to suffer. The UNFC secretary is not going to suffer. It is going to get our biannual transparency reports, consolidates them all over the world, and then it will do a stock take. It will tell you where all of you are. Then after the stock take, they will prepare a synthesis report and they tell you, you are not yet in the 2-degree world. So increase your what? Ambition. Then we have made it clear that NDCs must be 5 years. Okay? So you do another NDC and the process does. Now, what is the science of our problem? Because many of you think NDC is a tea party. But this is a document which is becoming a Bible for restrictions. Today, I'm happy that we have colleagues who are farmers. And the farmers in Uganda, you have to cry for yourself. If you don't stir it up, aflatoxins have been your problem. Now you are being bought into science. When you add the EU deforestation regulation, move on say they are compliance, as if they know deforestation rates of Uganda. Many of you are growing coffee as you are killing forests. And remember, with the technology, they no longer have to come to Uganda to suffer with you. They do remote sensing. Just go to the best satellite, a resolution of a 2 by 2 meter, and they just see where your farm is or your coffee plantation is. Then they just reject your coffee. You are growing coffee as you are emitting more carbon because you are deforestating to grow this perennial crop. So, what the Stocktech found out is why we are in this problem. The Stocktech found that we are around a 4-degree world. However, we have worked around to reach within a 2.8 to 3-degree world. All these are aggregate. On average, they are only reducing 2% emissions to the 2019 levels. Do you have any billionaire in the room? So if you know even we are, that is the print you have. Many of you, I see the salaries you have in millions. So if billions. Now, why accounting? Because recommended that to the 1.5-degree world, we need to reduce emissions at least by 40%. Place. Because once we talk of mitigation, we are in the math. 60%. You see, if we do more by 2030, we'll do more work still by 2035. So by 2035, they are saying if we can reduce 35.5 billion. Now, there is a word which people have been misleading. Many people are misleading countries by telling them they should set net zero targets. Please stop misleading ministries and governments. The Stocktech said we need to reach net zero carbon dioxide emissions. Net zero carbon dioxide. Remember, there are so many gases: methane, nitrous, hydrofluoro, sulfur dioxide, and others. It was only on what? Carbon dioxide by 2050. Now, if you go in the 6th assessment report, the mitigation report, you'll find that of the 51.9 billion, 75% of the contribution was carbon dioxide. Okay? So this is why, because carbon dioxide is the largest share, this is why the Stocktech advised that, it recommended that we reach net zero by mid-century. So meaning that if we reach net zero by mid-century, emissions would now be standing at around 15 billion by mid of the century. Now the science comes here. For you to be within a 1.5 degree, estimates are that at least 500 billion tons of carbon dioxide would be the likelihood, meaning that the aggregate budget we should have. Now, also there are people confusing each other on a carbon budget. A carbon budget is that space which you can live with minimal impact. Or we call it a safe working what? Space. So the safe working space is 500 billion for you to limit 1.5. Then 1.1 trillion to be within the 2-degree warming. What does this mean? It means that if you aggregate fuel emissions of 198 member states, okay? Assuming that now we are at 59. Some of you have heard of the tenfold. Use the example of Uganda's tenfold. From 59 to 500. So meaning that you don't have to exceed tenfold growth in emissions, okay? For you to be in that working environment. If the worst is to come to the worst, then it has to go double. So it should be times 2. So it will be old. During the 50th session of the Conference of Parties, serving as meeting of parties for the Paris Agreement, CMA, which encouraged the parties in their next NDCs to ensure all of that. Most importantly, be with an end date of 2035, be progressive, like you had the commissioner in the morning, provide ICTU information, now that has become mandatory, provide information on how the preparation of your NDC has been informed by the outcome of the global stocktake. Next. So you can see we are not trying to pretend to go around the guidance. So having said that, what are NDCs? NDCs are country ambitious efforts to achieve the purpose of the Paris Agreement. What is the purpose of the Paris Agreement? Keep temperature increase to well below this region. Increase the ability to adapt and foster climate resilience. And ensure financial flows are consistent with the path to low greenhouse gas emissions and climate resilient development. Those 3 are the purposes of the Paris Agreement. For Uganda, the NDC is the National Climate Action Plan. Okay? Do you know that we are still using the National Environment Action Plan of 1996? Do you know that? You better ask. Why are NDCs important? Those are the reasons like you had. Synergies you can see we have academia, research institutions, farmers, women, indigenous peoples are online. I saw my brother from Benet, Batwa, SDGs, financing for development, global biodiversity framework, food systems. Remember, we had a Kampala declaration on comprehensive agricultural development program. How are we using those targets we agreed in Munyonyo, farmers in the NDC under the food systems? We catalyze smart investments and financial flows, spur economic growth. We are talking of tenfold. Tenfold is one of the mechanisms government has alighted to reach the tenfold. And I think, Dr. Madina, you need to check those targets again. You have talked about foreign direct investments. But I wonder how we are going to jump from 2.8 billion to around 100 billion in 15 years. Economists, where you make projections nowadays makes me worry. Enabling environment for multi-stakeholder engagement. You see today, we have all, at least the civil society, children, women, NGOs, farmer groups, and so forth and so on. Markets, which my brother Derek was telling you. Markets are the future. And one of the things which disturbs us has been ignorance. I want to be honest. When I used to attend the AMSEN, African Conference of Ministers of Environment, we were in Mali, in Bamako, with the late Chebet, Maikut, the first commissioner. And the issue of CDM had come in 2012. PACJA was our umbrella as African NGOs. And when we are with those Kameses you see and the Nandudus, they were saying these are false solutions. Am I lying, Kamese? Am I lying, Nandudu? They are calling them false solutions. I and my colleague from Nigeria, we told them, you people wait a minute. These might not be false solutions. We need to understand them. I remember we are moving with placards, no to false solutions. False. So some of us said, wait, we need to understand these false solutions. And I'm happy remove I want to wind up. Philip talk about people-centered NDCs. And indeed it is. That is one of and indeed an NDC. Why are we planning? Why are we? Government plans for people. It doesn't plan for animals. Isn't it? Isn't it? So this NDC is yours. Okay? Next time is running. NACO was talked about. I mixed the slides next. This was the approach which the Commission has already said next. time, colleagues. He talked about the second NDC we are working, first, second, third. These slides were mixed. Next. My interest is here. Madam Moderator, I request for 2 minutes. We have farmers. I said I want to show farmers why they are the problem now. Tapero is going to, Dr. Tapero Letete, the consultant helping us, is going to show you how emissions are changing. But I thought we needed to appreciate where are emissions coming from now, our new problem, which is agriculture. Emissions are coming from here, enteric fermentation. You know, we have now growing livestock. How many? I think we are around, they are around 25 million cattle, and of which 70 is what we classify as traditional. Ankole, Ganda, and what, isn't it? The rest are dairy. The traditional are our problem. You know, because their stomachs have more problems. Whenever they chew, they bring more methane than the dairy. Now, when you look at the level of their milk emissions intensity in the milk, the traditional are giving out more emissions per kilogram of milk compared to the dairy. Now, many of you want to keep large herds of cattle. And to make it worse, these ones which move, because every time they are moving, they are causing more what? More problems. Why are you against me? You want Nandudu to chase me. I want to wind up. But because we have farmers in the room, I want to get a payment from Peram to try to track the results to show that the cattle are not the problem. But Dr. Madina, here is where we have our problem, and we need economists. I know EPRC has done agricultural yearbooks. You need to come to the department, and now we discuss how your backbone of the economy is now becoming the precursor of emissions. Then we get solutions which are economically viable. Madam Moderator, as you are punishing me, the technology is punishing me. But I want to wind up. I just want to show where the problem is, such that as Zutari will be showing us the emissions, you don't say why. And please feel free to come to the Department of Climate Change and Carbon Trade. A lot of information is there. Government has the biggest capacity building.
Okay.
And the commissioner, I have been pleading, please build the capacity of CSOs. For us, we are getting old. So, still under livestock, to show you the problem, the manure, Karimbwe, Obusa, those cows, you know, they are not like human beings, that they will go in a particular potty and put their thing there. Now, the problem, when you leave them to be under free range, in the rangelands, they go on putting their busa everywhere. And since the busa is everywhere, you don't collect it. When you leave it standing, it emits what? Methane. You see now how the cattle, you are becoming problem farmers. So we encouraging, so you part of manure management, methane, nitrous oxide. Still farmers, you grow rice in wetlands. Whenever you disturb the wetland ecosystem, you bring what? Methane. I enjoy rice. Farmers, don't be against me. But we are showing you the problems you have. Farmers, agricultural soils, net importers of fertilizers. nitrous fertilizers. Whenever you are bringing fertilizers in the country, you are bringing nitrous what? Emissions. You apply manure, you burn agricultural residue. All of this problem is what? Farmers. Next, I want to conclude, the colleagues. The last slide, I go away. The rest, you will have a group work and take you through. Next. Next. This is the inventory. Some of you are saying you don't know emissions. Please visit the department. There is a greenhouse gas unit. They will show you how all of these emissions are computed, and even they show you what we have projected as of 2024. So some of you are saying, where is the information? The problem, information is always in the books. And if you want to hide information to a black woman or man, put in the book. Next. These are the scenarios which the modeling is going to be. So here, Madam Moderator, I wanted to just say, when we come to these three scenarios, when Tapero is explaining, the with measures is the unconditional. The with additional measures is the conditional. So Tapero is going to show you all of this. This is how the modeling is done. The scenario projections. Next. So this is how a good successive NDC will look like. It should have a vision. It should highlight responses. Oxfam has a template. I don't know when Jackson you will want to use that. Our NDC is both adaptation and mitigation. Some countries have maintained purely mitigation NDCs. Uganda, it's both adaptation and mitigation. And like you heard from Commissioner, we will talk about what we are doing when adaptation fails. He talked about the mitigating short-lived climate pollutants. In Masaka, the best example I gave. Who doesn't have a village here? Ngagweba kuzala Kampala. That one is from Nsanji Wachiso. But you have a saucepan which has that black substance. You know that substance on the saucepans. Now that is a short-lived climate pollutant, black carbon. Okay? So for us to make sure your homes don't continue to have those saucepans by 2035, we need those solutions. Means of implementations, information to facilitate, because we will need to measure. Lastly, a description of the NDC. As your marking guide, once we finish the NDC, be able to check that our NDC has a target. Be able to check what is the kind of target. Is it a single-year target or a multi-year target? Look, does our NDC elaborate its reference points, baselines, base year starting points? Already the Commission has told you the time frame. This is the futuristic NDC. This is why it is trying to make people feel uncomfortable. It is an NDC to be implemented from 2031 to 2035. So people are saying, why are we planning ahead like that? We are telling you it is the new normal. You have to plan ahead. Scope and coverage of gases. This is where we need to agree. Intention to use cooperative approaches, which is Mr. Senyonga was telling you. And this time we have to be clear. How are we going to use ITMOs? ITMOs are these international what? Transferred mitigation outcomes. You heard the presentation of Mr. Senyonga. Should we behave like these stubborn countries who are saying ITMOs should not be used against unconditional measures, or both? These are some of the discussions we are going to be exploring Madam Moderator, it is not me, but I want to conclude and say thank you for being patient with me.
Thank you, Robert. Ezotezimu Mala. I think he has eased a bit of the work. Don't you agree? Yeah. Thanks again. Another hand clap. I'm not going to allow questions. This one was for you to nod, and it was nice to look in the room and see people nodding. I hope even those online were nodding. Yeah. Mr. Kamesa's name was mentioned over and over. Now he's raising his hand. Will you do it within under 1 minute?
Thank you so much, Mr. Bakika, for the wonderful presentation. Mine is just to confirm that we are still not 100% as civil society into carbon markets. We are saying it is the responsibility of the polluter to reduce the emissions. And if you look at it all, you can't blame our farmers for the pollution when there are those big polluters who are polluting every other day, and then for them they go scotch-free. We are saying, yes, we can do carbon trading, but the source of emissions should check how much they emit into the atmosphere. I think that is our stand as civil society. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that addition. Now, adults are not required to sit for long. You know that? Okay. So I am going to request you, as we break 5 minutes to allow Zutari to get ready, to stand up. Let us stretch a bit. Okay? It is good for your body. Can you see me when you are up? Okay. Can we do this? Those who are sitting, your bodies, I hope you... Can you also move up a bit like that? Help your body. Okay, you can also bend a little. Bend over. One more time to the sides. Help your calves. Lift them up. All right. You're free to sit down. Mr. Bachika, instead of 15 minutes, you used 45 minutes. But it was very necessary. And I would like to emphasize 2 things that were said a bit earlier. Civil society organizations. If you are not reporting what you are doing, like the Stocktech suggests, I think most of these documents are quite invisible. Okay, your work is invisible in these documents. Can we make that history? Mr. Bachika talked about reporting in the cycle. Instead of only government reporting, shouldn't we also be reporting our actions? I think that's what commissioner said, that when we come back for a review, instead of saying, government, what have you done? Instead, the question should be, what have we done? I have looked at this 151 pages. I've not managed to read every page. The NDC is currently at 151 pages. I have only seen Regenerate Africa in that document. How many organizations are here that are civil society? Like I said, I've not read every page, but we should be seeing our work. I think Regenerative's work was research-based. In the next stock take, we should see your action-based, referenced, but we should also see many more civil society organizations there. So it's really a call to us to clean our house and report and ensure it goes through government, our actions. The second emphasis I'd like to make is that this document, NDC 3.0, is also Uganda's National Climate Actions Plan. Otherwise, what somebody said is like the Bible or Quran to reference when you're talking about climate actions where? In Uganda. So we are inputting into that very important Bible or Quran. End of my ranting. It is my singular honor at 1 o'clock to now invite the people behind this document, the team from Zutari, to now focus us towards the mitigation actions within this document. IT team, are you going to help us at least to see who is going to speak to us? Otherwise, Zutari team, if you are here, the floor is yours. I want to suggest that we work within the next hour. If the hotel will keep our food up to 2 o'clock. Somebody, can you help check with that? That we are strict to keep within this hour. One, to understand what is in the document, and secondly, to organize ourselves into the groups as they will guide us, so that when we return by 3, colleagues, by 3, we should be back so that the work starts. Over to you, Zutari team.
Good afternoon, everyone. Just confirm that you can hear me. Can you hear me?
So far, we don't see you, we don't hear you. Can you please acknowledge at least hello?
Yes, I'm trying to talk. Can you see my presentation? I don't know. Can anyone see my presentation?
Yes.
Yes.
Anybody online who can say hello?
Hello,
Yes,
we can
we
hear
can
him. For us, we can hear him.
Excellent.
Hello, hello. We are
And
getting
we can
you.
see him.
Thank you.
We can hear you. We can see you. I don't know. Can you see me?
Okay, the team is going to try and make sure you are seen,
Yes.
but now we hear you and we are comfortable. Over to you.
Okay. Can you see me? I don't know whether should I start or maybe I can wait.
Oh, you should start. The floor is
Oh,
yours.
Oh, okay. So at least you can hear me. Okay. Thank you very much. And
we
good afternoon. Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon. The name is Tapelo Lititi, Director responsible for climate change at Zutari. and I am leading this NDC 3.0 work for Uganda. And for today, for this morning, well, it's now afternoon, I'm going to focus on point number 1 and point number 2. Points number 3, 4, and 5, we'll cover them tomorrow. So basically, I'm going to just summarize what is in this NDC 3.0 and what is different about it compared to NDC 2.0. And then I'll take you through the mitigation component very quickly so that your food doesn't get cold. So what you are looking at here is the outline of the NDC 3.0 document that you have. It starts with introduction and national circumstances. That is sort of the standard of how it is structured. It then talks a little bit about from NDC 2.8 to NDC 3.0. And then it talks about the adaptation component that we'll cover tomorrow. Then the mitigation component for today. And then means of implementation and what Robert shared earlier, the ICTU. I'm not going to take you through the detailed ICTU. It is just a tick box for issues that we will already have covered under chapter 5. So essentially, the basis of this, I think it is important to mention that chapter of national circumstances is very important because it makes one understand when they read the NDC why certain things are so or why mitigation measures have been chosen in a particular area or not. And we talk a little bit about economy and livelihoods, the GDP growth that we have, and the population or the working class, and then of course the importance of the 10-fold growth strategy, which is the basis of our modeling work. And that 10-fold growth strategy is the basis really is saying there's this intention or there's this plan for the country to grow 10-fold over a particular period of time. The energy profile is very important to understand what is currently there, and then the emissions profile, I'll talk a little bit about it. But also we need to understand the population as it is now, at around 45.9 or 46 million in 2024, and expected to grow to around about 50-something, 55, 60 by 2035. And that which is our NDC time period. Then the other indices are here, and I'm sure you probably know them much better than myself. But this is what the national circumstances are saying. And what also was done, and this work was led by a different project altogether. We then took the results of that project. That project looked at what was achieved so far under NDC 2.0 versus what was achieved in NDC 3.0. And you see that around adaptation, there are fairly a few things that seemingly have been done. On the mitigation side, the challenge that they encountered is that of data. They could not figure out where to get some of the data, for instance, for smart agriculture items or measures. So they highlighted the limitations in data, that some work is done, is happening even in means of implementation, but we just don't know how much because there is no data coming through. And I heard the MC now talking to private sector saying, private sector, you are not showcasing what you are doing. Because and she was calling for us to then make sure that what is being done in the private sector ends up in the public space and is therefore known how much of what has been done and installed. Weak MRV systems is really the same thing. Limited capacity of technical skills, over-reliance on external finance, limited private sector and participation, weak regulatory information, not enough funding, procurement delays, and slow adoption in some climate practices. This is what was outlined in that document. That's an entirely different project altogether. As I mentioned, we simply just used it to inform the NDC 3.0. Sorry. And I think this is basically what I mentioned earlier on, that some things happened, were delivered, what was delivered and what lacked. And as I said, on adaptation, around about half of the things seem to have been well implemented so far. And this NDC 3.0 at a glance now, before we go into it deeply, I think, as Robert has said, this is a 2031 to 2035 planning tool. And this is different from the two NDCs that we've had. The one which you call NDC 1 or INDC, they all go up to 2030. Then this one takes off from that. But as you can appreciate, that this will not be a stop and then go. You don't stop in 2030 doing whatever you're doing and then continuing. Life will continue, progressively throughout that period. So a lot of the things have been modeled and assumed to start being implemented under NDC 2.0, and then they keep growing and they go to NDC 3.0 to 2035. So that continuity is something that we have tried to ensure, because there is no actual demarcation between 2030 and 2031 in terms of life and things happening. The proposed target is about 33.35 reduction, economy-wide reduction below business as usual trajectory by 2035. About 14 adaptation sectors have been included, with about 66 mitigation priority adaptation measures, and they estimate over a period, not the 5-year period, but the period from 2026 is an estimated 57.3 billion of funding required. Some of the key elements of this, the inclusion of loss and damage, I think Robert has done very good justice to explaining what loss and damage is. Inclusion of climate-related refugee issues, also known as climate mobility. That is very new. We have never had it before. Inclusion of short-lived climate pollutants. We never had it before. It is now included now. We have disaggregated the adaptation sectors even more or better this time around. We have conditionality of adaptation targets, which we did not have in the previous NDC. All the adaptation targets were really unconditional, so to speak. Inclusion of GHG mitigation measures in the oil and gas sector. That is very new also. The use of multiple modeling platforms. I'll talk about that for the mitigation scenarios and targets. Increased mitigation ambition in line with the Paris Agreement expectation. And that expectation, I can't remember whether Robert or Mehdi talked about it earlier on, but the expectation under the UNFCCC is that your progressive NDCs, every single one after the other, it should show better ambition. So every new NDC should show that you are more ambitious than you were in the past. And you remember our NDC 2.0 does not reach 30, it's 24.7. Increased mitigation of more details on gender and children, climate change. Adaptation remains priority in this NDC, consistent with the national circumstances. And we have now quantified finance requirement at the sectoral level. So that is a summary of the NDC 3.0 and what is enhanced and what is new in it. The starting point of this work is the 2019 GHG inventory, which is just the latest GHG inventory. So you always have to start with your latest GHG inventory. I liken a GHG inventory to a thermometer. A thermometer which simply tells you whether the treatment that you are giving the patient is working, therefore the temperature keeps going down, or the treatment you are giving is not working, therefore the person keeps heating up. That's what the inventory is. It just tells you what the result of whatever you have been doing or you have not been doing is. The starting point is that of 2019. In the past, we used the 2015 GHG inventory, but now we have the latest, which is 2019. And in it, you'll see that the largest share of emissions still come from agriculture, forestry, and other land use. You will notice that in some parts, agriculture is separated from LULUCF or FOLU, which then means those are two separate sectors, with FOLU being the largest and agriculture being the second. But while they are combined, because they are actually the first and the second largest, they are now huge. They carry about 76% of the country's emissions, with waste taking about 15% and energy about 9%, and IPPU the smallest share. So with having that point, that gives us around 85.3 million tons for FOLU, with the total inventory altogether in 2019. All of this, when you sum it up, it gives us around 112. So if you then start from there, basically everything that you are seeing now on this slide is now modeled. It is not the truth. It is a what if exercise. And for this NDC 3.0, we use two modeling platforms or tools or frameworks. The first one is called the Climate, Land, Energy, and Water Systems. It is a bottom-up technology-rich optimization model. It has a specific way of showing the sectors and the interactions among the sectors. It is a least cost model. The second one is called the Simulation of Sectoral Pathways and Uncertainty Exploration for Decarbonization, or CSO. Also a bottom-up. It also have a particular way of interacting in terms of the sectors. So both models are complete models. They can actually be used and work independently or individually. The previous NDC, we had used what is called low emission LEAP, low emission alternative planning tool, the LEAP. And what you are now seeing on the graph here is the result of all those three models that I talked about: CLAOS, CSO, and LEAP. But LEAP is the model that was done before now. And what we then concluded from this is that both modeling frameworks are adequate to represent Uganda's emissions, but they do it in slightly different way. So if you look at the scenarios there, you'll see that they start off obviously at the same point, but they don't end off at the same point. The brown one, which is the CLAOS, seemingly is a little bit higher in every point. That is number one. What you also see is that what one would call the peaking, or the speed at which the emissions rise. You see that the change in the curve in the brown scenario happens a little bit later than the change in the gradient in the black. And this is because the models represent changes in business as usual differently. So in a particular way, CLAOS delays the transition from biomass to cleaner energies, while CSO brings in that change or that depletion of our biomass much quicker. Now, looking at all of these things, then imposing them on the reality and the actual national circumstances. The brown model, which is the CLAOS, is the one that most closely represents Uganda's national circumstances in two ways: that delay in the change in the change of transitioning from charcoal to renewable energies, but also conservative in terms of allowing bigger emissions in the short term. So then using that, and also we've put the alignment there of the LEAP. It means that the one that mostly aligns well with the national circumstances and is therefore the best business as usual scenario is the brown one, which is the CLAOS scenario. Now, using that CLAOS scenario and then going deeper into it, because it has now become our business as usual, it suggests that our emissions will move from 112.2 million tons in 2019 to around about 171 in 2035. And then, of course, the modeling is not done only for a short period, it goes up to 2050. And I think this is what we also need to put at the back of our mind, that every model, every emission measure that we put here, every information here was not run only for 2031 to 2035. We ran everything all the way to 2050 because of that continuous nature. We won't refer a lot to the 2050 issue. Everything will end it in 2035 because that's where our actual target is. So if we then go to the actual NDC, at least the draft thereof now, because it has not been adopted, the proposal is obviously the target here is 2035, while the other one was 2030. As you can see here, 24.7 in 2030. The proposal is for a 33.35% reduction below business as usual. And that business as usual, as I said, it is this number here, 171, right there. So that 33.35% means our emissions, we anticipate our emissions to be at around 140 million tons by 2035. And of that full economy-wide target, we expect that about 80% of it, 8% will be unconditional. That means we will do it anyway, whether we get money, technology transfer, or capacity building. And the 25.38, we will only do it on condition of receiving funding, whether it's through the carbon markets or any other way. And now the last slide on this side before I go into the sectoral is this one, to just show that increase in ambition. Mind you, NDC 1 and NDC 2 are of the same year, which is 2030. And then NDC 3 is a little higher, which shows increasing ambition in 2035. And that increase is not only an absolute increase on its own, but remember, it is an increase in the amount of mitigation measures that we make. So if you were planting trees, for instance, over the period, then between 2030 and 2035, you just keep adding the planting of the trees. So the size of the measure then increases, but also what will give us that 33.3% is also new additional measures that I've talked about. Great. So this is really just the summary of what I've just said. I don't think it is necessary to go through it. Do we take comments here and questions, Chair, or should I just keep going?
Well, I think we need the questions at this point so that we can hear more about the modeling. Let's see in the room. No, let me start with those online. Do you see any online with a hand up?
Not at the moment, no.
Okay, so I'll come back to the room. I'll take 2 to 3 questions.
Thank you very much, moderator and presenter. My name is Adrian Musime from Better Planet Initiative. But I also sit on the board of CANU as the vice chair. Can you hear me from Zutari? Okay. maybe like this, yes. This question, or it is like kind of a worry coming from when Derek was presenting. Now, from Zutari team, I noted here when Derek was presenting, when he said that the greenhouse gas emissions are progressively increasing. There's even where he mentioned tripling in a certain period of time. I'm not mentioning the figures because I don't have them offhand. Now, when I see the information presented from the stocktake of NDC 2.0, you realize the information that was given in the report, there is where it shows the targets were not on track, the information is not clear, and the Zutari team are telling us that actually the emissions are even going to keep on increasing. So the question is to all of us, now not to government, to all of us, these ambitions that we are setting, shall we achieve the ambition? Because even the stocktake of 2.0 is worrying we didn't achieve. Now, what about this ambition we are setting? Thank you very much.
Okay, that sounds like food for thought. Do we have any other question? Well, it is quiet here. Back to you, Dr. Capello.
Thank you very much, and thanks for that thought-provoking comment of whether we will achieve. In principle and theoretically, we should be able to achieve, and it is possible. We just have to put the right measures in place, and those measures I'm going to then beam now that have been proposed. I'm just looking for my presentation again. It's now gone. Just one sec. I need to share my screen. Oh, there. Okay, so I'm going to take each sector individually. I will not go into the actual details of the sector individually, and the considerations. I think the bulk of it we are aware of it. But we know the energy sector, the bulk of it is biomass with very little mix of others. But in the electricity sector, we've got about 2,000 megawatt installed, mostly from hydropower. And of course, some of the modeling considerations we have used here. And as I mentioned, the baseline for everything is this thinking of this tenfold growth. And that's what is the baseline. And the baseline says, what if we grow tenfold, but without considering climate change? That is the baseline. Then the NDC says, well, then let's grow the same way, but responsibly from a climate perspective. And to grow responsibly then means considering this mitigation measure. So in the electricity generation sector, 1 and 3 are almost the same, but because they focus on renewable energy, hydropower, geothermal, solar, wind, between 2015 and 2030, and then growing to 2035. And what has been done is to then calculate the cumulative emission reductions between 2026 and 2035. As I said, some of the things, it's better to just take them over that period. So the renewable energy generation, we estimate between on an average of 4.7 and 8.9 million tons maximum. And someone asked where does the average and maximum come from? It comes from the two modeling platforms. So we use two different modeling platforms, and I said they interact differently within the economy, or they see the economy in different ways, but both of them do see the whole economy. So depending on how they see it, the average between the models is about 4.7 million tons cumulatively, and the maximum, the one model that gives the maximum is about 8.9. And then reduction also in transmission and distribution losses, we anticipate between 0.045 and 0.09 million tons, and between 5.2 and 10.4 on the power sector specific targets. And the indicators we have selected here around how much renewable energy has been installed, how much energy has been generated. And for losses, we are looking at the amount of megawatt hours that have been recovered or that would have been lost. Industrial energy use, we put here, and I think just also to clarify how the inventory or the IPCC sectors have been split. They are split in 4 parts, which is energy, industrial processes, agriculture, forestry, and land use, and then waste. So industry, you might see it as if it's appearing twice. You'll see industry here under energy, and you also see what is called industry only. And that is because of the sources of emissions. So all those emissions that are energy related, whether they come from oil and gas, from industry, from households, all of things that one would call combustion and things related to energy will fall under here. So in that sense, in the industrial sector, what is proposed is improving energy efficiency in the industrial sector, a 10% reduction from BAU by 2035. That gives us between 10 and 12.7 million ton reduction, and we're looking at the amount of energy saved. And industrial fuel switching, that with 25% of the fuel in the industrial sector being met by sustainable biomass, and that rising to 40% by 2040. And that gives us between 1.1 and 6.3 maximum. Then we could be tracking percentage of industrial energy switched to sustainable biomass. And as you can see, this issue of indicators is an additional enhancement to NDC 3.0. We never had this in NDC 2.0. And this comes also as a result of the fact that NDC 2.0 stock take indicated the fact that we don't seem to be tracking the information, and therefore we need to enhance what we are tracking and how.
We've lost
Oil
Dr.
and-
Tapelo.
Yes.
Can someone with IT help?
Have you lost me? Have you lost me? Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Can you still?
Yes.
You can still hear me, you can still see me. People online? This is Mehdi. Hi, Mehdi.
We can hear
Yes.
you.
Oh,
Yes,
now
we
you
are
can
here.
hear me. Oh, okay.
We can
Now
hear
you
you
can hear
and
me.
we are seeing you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Mehdi had just called me. Okay. So in industrial energy sector, we then proposing energy efficiency and fuel switching, with one giving us average of 10 million tons, between 10 and about 12.8, and industrial switching between 1.1 and 6.2. And as I said, the indicators are a new addition to NDC 3.0 that came about from the stock take that showed that we are not really tracking well what we are doing. Oil and gas sector is brand new. And in it, we have proposed a group of mitigation measures. We have grouped adoption of sustainable practices into one, but there are actually two types of measures there. Zero routine gas flaring is one, and then minimizing fugitive emissions. These are emissions from leaks and vents. We estimate between 2.6 and 7.2. We then will be tracking the number of the routine gas flaring incidences and the amount of oil and gas leaked. Residential and commercial, we are looking at about 4 types of mitigation measures. And I say 4 types because some of them are grouped. And you see that the ones that are grouped show fairly big mitigation measures, like in the areas of 70 to 77. Those that are completely individual, they are very minor. So the first one is around lighting energy efficiency, moving from introducing energy efficient CFLs and LEDs, 75% reduction from BAU by 2030. We anticipate between 0.075 and 0.12 of mitigation reductions, and we'll be tracking the megawatts of lighting energy savings. Residential cooling improvements, we anticipate between 0.062 and 0.124, and we track megawatt hours of energy demand. Cooking mitigation efficiency and fuel switch, you see this is a group of a couple of things. In it, we've got charcoal in there, we've got solar in there, and we've got cleaner cooking stoves in there. Then they give you a large mitigation measure of about 70.2, between 70.2 and 77. And then we'll be going to track the number of households which have now adopted these technologies and the amount of traditional biomass that has been saved or avoided. And then energy efficiency and fuel switch. Then this is particularly commercial. You see that this one is residential, this was in commercial, but essentially it's talking about the same thing, about 50% of schools using improved cook stoves by 2030, 15% LPG and electric stoves. This will give us between 23.5 and 27.6 million tons reduction, where we'll be tracking percentage of schools with improved stoves and amount of traditional biomass usage. Transport sector has the largest number of these mitigation measures. Road transport fuel efficiency is the first one, with targets that will give us 20% by 2035 and about 35% by 2040. We expect between 7.4 and 7.8 reduction, where we'll be tracking the percentage of those vehicles with high efficiency on the road. Alternative fuels, we are looking at LNG, ethanol, biodiesel, particularly in Greater Kampala. That will give us approximately 1.1 million tons over that period. We then track the quantity of fuel that has been used and the percentage of vehicles that are now using that fuel. Non-motorized transport, again, in the big city, Greater Kampala, where it is quite busy, we expect about 2.7 and 3.7 million tons, with now looking at kilometers of non-motorized corridors that have been created. This one, we're looking at rehabilitation of 635 kilometers of railway. We're expecting between 0.001 and 0.003 million tons, and we now track the actual rehabilitated kilometers. This one still in Kampala, but in public transport, the city buses, we expect between 0.052 and 0.1 million tons reduction over that period, and then we now track the change in public transport load factor. This is now in freight. That was in public transport, same thing, but just on the freight side, and the expected reductions are much lower. Here we're looking at the Greater Kampala fuel economy improvement relative to 2015. we expect between 0.052 and 0.1, and we also look at the kilometers. And the last one is around electric vehicles throughout the country, allowing demand-driven electric vehicles uptake beyond NDC 2.0. Mind you, all of this, Mehdi is calling me. Oh, okay. Mehdi? Can everyone still hear me? Sorry?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Can you now hear me?
Yes.
Even in the room, Mehdi, can you hear me? Can you hear us in the room? You can't hear in the. Okay, let me stop sharing. Yeah, I think it might be your network, Mehdi, on that side, because the people online all can hear me. I think it's your network on that side. Can someone online confirm that they can still hear me? Yes, Penina says she can hear me. So the people online
Yes,
can
I
all
do.
hear me. Yes, they can all hear me. So I think it's your network on that side. Let me share again. Let me share my screen again. And then you tell me, can you see the transport sector? Okay, okay. Thank you. Okay. Just confirm, moderator, that you can hear me.
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so the transport sector, I think, as I said, has got the largest number of these mitigation measures, starting with road transport fuel efficiency at the top, fuel switch to LNG, ethanol, biodiesel, mostly in Greater Kampala, non-motorized corridors, mostly also in Greater Kampala, railway rehabilitation line, achieving about 22% fuel economy by 2030, efficient operation of public transport, mostly in Greater Kampala as well. Here we're looking at load factor in the freight. This one was in the public transport, and this one is also rail again. And then the last one looks at electric vehicles. And you'll see on the right side, we've tried to then match all of this in terms of the number, the quantities that we need to be tracking over time. Now we move to number 2, which is industrial processes. All of that was energy in the transport sector, energy in the commercial sector, energy in the industrial sector, energy in the residential sector. Now we are moving to industrial processes. The bulk of our emissions from industrial processes come from steel production and from cement production. So those are the two big emissions. As I said, here we are looking at industry, not from an energy perspective, but all other emissions.
Hello?
Okay?
Yes,
Mehdi?
This is just to bring the group here in context, because they are not being part of these NDCs.
Yes.
I just want to summarize what you presented in the first about energy.
Yes.
Actually, what he has presented, we have international guidance that there is classification. All issues to do with energy fall under energy. That's why you see industrial energy being under energy. Okay? So under here, you're not going to see energy in the industry. So that's why we're talking about energy in residential, energy in commercial, energy in transport, that kind. So you see that, what about transport? And then you see energy. All issues of energy, even if in which sector, we group them to be under energy. Okay? So you're not going to see a sector talking about like a transport. Transport major are talking about energy use in terms of emission reduction. So I just want to bring that context so that it does not confuse us, okay? That's why even sometimes you see biomass, then you want to see it under forestry. We are talking about in terms of energy usage, isn't it? Then it goes under energy in terms of emission reduction. And then the tables, just one slide back. The tables are presented in terms of the activity, which is the measure. In the middle is the description. What does it mean? Then you can see there where there is the cumulative emission reduction, is that once we implement that measure, it can help us to get those reductions in terms of CO2 equivalent, because not all of them are about carbon. Some of them could be methane, etc. So if you implement them, there is an average measure and the maximum measure, isn't it? Here is just the indicators, the last column, the indicators who can help us to track. And I think I'm just emphasizing this because when we go into group work, this is what we're going to be focusing on. The measure, we may not go deep into the figures here because we are not part of the modeling. I'm talking about you. I was part, but you are not part. But we're looking at the measure, how it has been described, whether it is making sense for us, and how shall we track it. If the measure is not important for us, we say, kick it up. If the indicator is not well, then we can follow it from here, but also the responsible government agency to help us, how shall we track this? Okay, please go ahead.
Please, before you go, just to emphasize, we have only 12 minutes to 2 o'clock, and I am worried that the team here might miss lunch. So let's keep it up to that for now, then we'll re-strategize. Please go
Great.
ahead.
I'm doing the rest in 2 minutes. You can put your clock on now.
I see. Thank you.
Great. So on IPPU, as I said, we're focusing only on 2 sectors because they are the largest share. Reduction in the steel and in the steel sector, and reduction in cement. So in cement, we are saying we substitute traditional clinker with other things that are less carbon intensive, and of course we track equally the percentages there. And these are the only 2 in IPPU. Then we go to agriculture. Agriculture here, we have suggested 4 measures, most of which, in fact, all of which are also in NDC 2.0. Apply fertilizer in a smart way, reduce nitrous oxide, better rice management, modernization of rainwater harvesting and irrigation. And as you can see, these big ones that have 15 and 32 is because there are a lot of things happening inside here. Rainwater harvesting, modernization of agriculture, expansion of irrigation systems, all in one. Therefore, they give us a lot. These ones usually are just one measure. And then reduce food loss systems in transportation and distribution. Those are the 4 measures in climate smart agriculture. Then livestock, we are looking at management in the cattle corridor, improved cattle breeds and feeds, and higher collection rates of the manure. You'll see that the one that gives us the largest one is around livestock management, but both of them give you quite a lot. Forestry and land use, we are looking at 2 things: sustainable fuel wood and charcoal production, improving the charcoal kilns, stoves, and commercial timber plantation. So if you grow the tree and you cut it down, then you don't lose any emission, you don't create any emissions. But if you cut natural forests, that's bad. Smallholder plantation, same as the large scale. Here we now, we have now gone on this side. Okay, this one is not livestock management. This is forest management. Forest management. Mehdi? You're not seeing it. Oh, you can see it. Okay. Okay, so what is on top here is not livestock, it's forest management. So we are saying rehabilitate, restore, replant natural forests and restore natural forests. That's a big one, as you can see, 43.5, 61.4. And this is one of the easiest, lowest hanging fruits that I think we want to focus on. Then here is wetlands and peatlands. It was also there in the last one, but with less details. Then the waste sector has got 4 measures looking at expansion of sewer and wastewater treatment coverage from 15% in 2020 to 90% in 2050. One you can just interpolate where 2035 is. Increase in solid waste collection coverage, 50% by 2035. increase in anaerobic digestion and composting, and then reduce municipal organic waste. These numbers and figures, you can take a look at them. Now, the last slide from my side is that we have also included what we call short-lived climate pollutants, which are at the intersection of air pollutants, greenhouse gases, and then there are short-lived pollutants. And the key ones for us here in climate change is methane, hydrofluorocarbons, and black carbon. What you'll see from the table that we included in the NDC is that the bulk of the measures that have been proposed in the SLP plan. So there is a standalone short-lived climate pollutants plan. That plan, we realize that already it is aligned with all the things that I've mentioned previously. And therefore, it means while we are doing greenhouse gas mitigation or reduction, we are also reducing air pollution. Thank you.
Yeah.
I think I've kept to my 2 minutes. Thank you.
Yes, you did. Well done. We have 4 minutes to the room. And I'd like to allow one question. We need to unpack a little. I want to request you go for lunch. We will come back and discuss the groups when we return at 3 o'clock. Then we get into the work as well. And I have one question, right? Okay, 2 questions. I'll give Hussein first and Commissioner the opportunity.
Lunchtime, but this is something that was burning, and I thought I wanted to get clarification. My question is, how are oil and gas, methane, flaring, fugitive emission, refinery and pipeline life cycle emissions treated in the mitigation model that you've showed us?
Nice and crisp, Commissioner.
I think mine is just an observation. Tapero, thank you very much for the statistics. What I see is missing is the share of the sectors, the mitigation sectors, to the overall economy-wide reduction, which is about 33.3%. Whereas we have the issues to deal with the tonnage to be reduced in terms of million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. But it would be very important to know what is the contribution of each of these mitigation sectors to the overall target of the 33.3% reduction. Maybe the other observation that you don't need to answer it, it is us. I saw most of the energy interventions under transport are confined within Kampala, and it's not the only thing that we have. So would you want us to expand beyond Kampala, for example, the non-motorized transport? It may be for this one, but again, we have to discuss it in detail with the minister responsible for transport and the minister responsible for urban planning and development. Thank you very much.
Please respond to those. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So the first question was on the oil and gas. I think you saw in my slide that we have mitigation measures, which I said we have clumped them together. I'm trying to share so that we can see what you're talking about, all of us. But I think many people you did see. I don't know if maybe I was not audible at the time, but okay. But you can look at it in the. I'm struggling to find the right way to present. But you'll see that oil and gas has been included as a sector. Okay, I've now found a way to do it. I wanted to actually show you that oil and gas is in energy. I think as Mehdi has said, this belongs to energy. It is here. Oil and gas is here. This is how we've treated it in the modeling. So in the business as usual, we are saying we are just growing as per plans of the Ministry of Energy. without any mitigation measures. But we are saying under mitigation, we include these two things, which is zero routine gas flaring and minimizing fugitive emissions. So that should respond to the first one. The second one, maybe that point is taken. We do have those numbers at sectoral level, but the challenge is that we always find if we put every piece of information in here, then it becomes too big. But we'll try to find a balance. That information we have, we can attribute that 33.3% to the different sectors. Your other, yeah, I think that's pretty much it on your side. Okay, you also asked, for instance, whether you, what was your question, Mehdi? I remember, I now can't see it here. Whether whether you need to recommend measures beyond Greater Kampala. Please feel free to do that. We're trying to balance, of course, the large number of measures and the size. What we might end up doing is we might, if you then propose the same measure that we have proposed only for Greater Kampala, then we'll just scale up that one to cover more than Greater Kampala, and therefore it won't increase the number. So yes, please do recommend. That's it from my side.
One before we is it
Oh, I can't hear anything.
Hello.
Hi,
Hello?
Penina.
Yes.
I can hear you.
Yes, please. The network is bad, but are you giving me the space to ask?
Yes, within less than a minute, please go ahead.
Yes, yes. My question is, oh, thank you so much for all the presentations since morning. I've been following and keenly. My question goes to whoever in the room, as well as presenters and ministry. Now, I've been following of this topic, and they say everything related to climate carbon, but to climate credit, climate markets, and we are all looking at 2030. And today, as we talk, we are coming to end of 2026. And looking at the communities, including the indigenous peoples, when and how are you prepared? What measures are you putting in place for these communities really to internalize, to understand the procedures, to understand the issues within the Ministry of Energy relating to carbon credit, relating to energy saving stuff, things of that sort? What measures do you have? Because as we talk now, it's at the national level. And I'm wondering, how are you bringing it down to the beneficiaries within the country beyond Kampala based? How are we grasping for our benefits in the future? Thank you. Before we reach 2030, 4 years on the way, are we really looking at it as something that Uganda, as Ugandans, we are going to benefit or not? Thank you.
Thank you, Penina. Thank you, Penina, for that question. And I think it's not for Tapelo, it's not for Mr. Mehdi Semambo. It's a question for all of us. So let us take that for thought and start, because today we are planning, we will also have to define the how we'll get to that. Robert, within less than a minute.
Thank you. I don't want to stand between your lunch. We have 4 groups, as you saw in the agenda. Please take note.
Since I have less than one group, sorry, 1 minute. Group 1 is going to be agriculture. You know why agriculture is going to be a special case? We have agricultural-led organizations here. And I will start with this table. So this is going to be group 1. Okay? Just to recall whoever is with you, we will mix later, but for purposes of planning. Group 2 is energy and transport. So this is going to be group 2. Okay? Please just recall your member, because after lunch, we don't want to go into the back and forth. So this is going to be group 3, that table, which is going to be looking at forests, wetlands, and other resources. Don't worry, we are going to take you back and show you the slide of emissions and the potential mitigation measures. And you are going to be facilitated by staff of climate change department and some experts. And then group 4, industry, waste, and short-lived pollutants is this group. You don't worry, everything is going to be sorted. So industry, waste, and short-lived climate pollutants. And then the cycle continues. Group 1, group 2, group 3, group 4, meaning you and them, you cross each other. Group 1, group 2, group 3, and group 4. So the team behind here. Okay? So, colleagues, since all of you now know where you belong, you have a coupon. We really have to be here by 3 if you are to go back by 4. So the more time we take during lunch, we leave at 5. Okay? Bon appetit. Over to you, Madam Chair.
It is over to the organizers at the back and the hotel. Which room are we headed to? Thank you.
Okay, you'll be guided outside there. We are going on the right. That's where we shall be served lunch in the dining. But also there's somebody who is going to be guarding the room. So if you have big bags that you can't carry to the dining, please leave them in here.